All right. Today is Saturday, June 7th, 2025. And, well, the weather's been getting hot lately, you know? Like, it's summertime, actually. So, suddenly it's summer? That's how it feels like to me, anyway. But let's see. You know, it's funny, like, when I try to, like, Alt-tab the game, it's still, like, selecting stuff here. Because when it opens it up, you know, you just select a language. I think there's, like, a little cutscene, so I didn't want to progress yet. So, right now, I'm actually just playing the OST from YouTube, you know? But anyway, well, I was going to explain, actually, what I'm playing today. I don't know if it needs explanation, but I always ramble at the beginning of stream nowadays, so to give a bit of context, which I don't know, I guess it's not much of a context, I'm just saying that I'm playing this game, you know? I played the demo, actually. I'm playing, you know, SAEKO, Giantess Dating Sim. I played the demo previously in some other live stream, I believe. I think, well, it's kind of hard to find because I've noticed, you know, because sometimes I play multiple games per stream, you know, the other games are not really featured in the thumbnail, you know, it's kind of hard to find, things like that. I do try to put the name of the game in the title, though, in the title and the game description, but I don't know. I only mentioned that because I think there was at least one comment, you know, they were searching for like a VOD or something, and or rather, you know, they were recommending me a game that I already streamed, but they couldn't find it on the live stream, so they assumed I never played it, but I did play it. It was, you know, some game, I don't remember which game it was, but it was because, you know, it's not obvious, you have to search for it in the title. You could do like little timestamps, I guess. I don't know if that helps, but I would have to do that manually. Anyway, I saw this negative review. I don't know. I definitely was on the fence. Some people didn't like it. Some others did. Apparently, the biggest criticism is that apparently it's a little linear, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I guess we'll see. I bought it anyway because I want, you know, I like what I saw in the demo, so I want to play the full game and everything. The biggest thing, the biggest, how do you say, comment I see about this game is that despite the whole giantess fetish part of it, you know, it's like, that's not really the point. And I don't know, some people, I mean, for me, like, that's my expectation, really. Like, I don't, like, if I wanted, like, fetish slop, I guess, you know, I would just play some kind of random porn game, you know, but like, that's not why I play these games. Ironically, even though it's called Dating Sim, but, you know, I like the psychological horror aspect, you know, the subversion, I guess. Freaking Doki Doki, you know, that's what I want. Which, ironically, when you think about it, Doki Doki Literature Club is like just not a dating sim at all, actually. It's like, it has some of the, how do you say, some of the window dressing of like a dating sim, but like, it's just obviously just not a dating sim, you know? Like, if you play actual dating sims in the past, you know, like, it's just completely different. Same with this game, it seems like, at least according to the reviews. Anyway, people mention how, like, it's just not a dating sim, even though it's called dating sim, you know? I mean, I guess there's, like, little numbers here, but anyway, I don't know. You know, but it's, like, it's completely different. That's the whole point. I feel like a different group of people are, like, disappointed, you know? Disappointed! Yeah, that's a meme, I think. Someone like, that's a meme, you know, some person, some actor in a movie read the line wrong, you know, like he was supposed to say a line and then in the script it says disappointed, so that's supposed to imply his emotion, but he just says it out loud, you know, like disappointed, and you know, it's just kind of funny. Anyway, I don't know, I still wanted to try it out. I mean, especially because it's tagged as psychological horror. Psychological horror, anime aesthetic, you know, I'm interested, so I wanted to see what it's like. I'll see it for myself, whether it's good or not, I guess. So, just pause this, I guess, and then get into the game. Oop. Little cutscene in the beginning, I believe. Oh, why is it framing here? Maybe because I alt tab too much. I'm not sure. Reminds me of the older games, older PC games, where like if you alt tab, and full screen kind of breaks the resolution or, makes it laggy and stuff. I don't know. Maybe you could change the settings when I get in the menu. I'm not sure. I mean, there's not much to change. It's just like a visual novel, It's a 2D visual novel. You would think it wouldn't be resource intensive, but I don't know. Anyway, but let's do a little cutscene here first. So I'm gonna choose English. Before I do like a formal introduction, I guess, which I usually do, I'll just show a little cutscene. So English. Boop. Game includes descriptions of cruelty and sexual language. Play your own discretion. Watch at your own discretion. And also rest, apparently. The rest is necessary. It's a weird way to say that. If you can't take the shock of a giant anime woman, please go rest. Take a nap. Rethink your life. And understand that it's not real. Unfortunately, giant, like Godzilla, size anime women just don't exist. The rain was cold that night. I didn't see anyone on the street. The moon was bright that night. The street lamps, The street lamps' shadows flickered across the street or something. I went too fast. I think that's my same complaint last time when I played the demo. Went too quickly. I couldn't read the whole thing. Anyway, giant anime woman. You see her panty or something? Well, she's just standing over us. Anyway, here's the main menu. Again, I guess, I don't know if it's important to show that cutscene, but, it's the very beginning, I guess. I assume she kidnaps us and all that. We don't really know the setting of this world, necessarily. Though I might have spoiled myself a little bit because I read some reviews, but I don't know, I guess we'll see. I don't know the exact circumstances. Anyway, SAEKO Giantess Dating Sim. Let me look at my audio levels. Testing. It looks okay. I feel like, it kind of depends. Like, sometimes when I listen to my headphones versus speakers, I can't tell if it's too loud or, too loud or too quiet. Can never tell. It's windowed. Well, I want borderless, whatever. I guess that's fine. Let me just double check on OBS. Make sure it didn't break the resolution. It looks okay. Night dialogue speed. I wonder what that is. Because I want the dialogue to be fast. But I guess maybe... Because I remember in the demo, there were sections where SAEKO would be talking, and then you would, like, interject or you don't, and that would, like, somehow make her mad if you don't do it right, and then she eats you. That whole thing. Oh yeah, I guess that's another fetish aspect I didn't even think about until now. I guess the whole vor aspect, the vor fetish. This is a fetishy game, I feel like. I personally don't get it. Why would you want to be eaten, literally? That would just be painful. Wouldn't you just die horribly? Why is that like a kink? I don't know. There's fetish for everything, I guess. Especially if it's like a fantastical, it's like it's not real. A fantasy, I guess. I don't know, actually. I might want to be slow because I want to read everything, right? Especially when I don't have control over the dialogue, unlike the visual novel section, so I can just click whenever I want to. If it's like automatic, I want to be able to like read it, right? Especially like read it out loud. Maybe? I don't know. Hopefully it's not a thing where I remember, wasn't there like, oh yeah, I remember playing, what's that other game? It's not super related, kind of, maybe in a very thematic sense, I guess, but it was MeSide, right, MeSide. The 3D like anime horror game where you walk around, like fourth wall breaking, kind of like Doki Doki, not literally, like similar themes. I remember in the MeSide, I don't know if I mentioned this yet, technically, but in the settings, there was an option to choose censorship, right? and by default it was like check marked. And I thought, oh, okay, so if I want to like, I can't remember, like it was censor or something like gore or something, I can't remember, but like, so I thought, oh, I have to turn it off, you know, so I clicked off the checkbox or whatever it was, and I was thinking, oh, okay, so that would turn off the censorship, but actually it's the other way around, which is very unintuitive. They updated it since, you know, after I've played. Too little too late, but like yeah, I did my whole playthrough for me side not knowing that it was censored. I did the censored version even though I wanted the opposite. What the heck? So I'm just thinking, you know, I wonder if it's like when they say slow, do they mean the opposite somehow? Is it X fast? I don't know. It's like you never know now. I'm not sure what they want. I'm assuming slow because, you know, like making decisions about settings you don't really know what they do, you know, it's kind of like you don't know. You can't make an informed decision. But I'll put it slow, I guess. We'll see. See little settings at the bottom here? It's kind of hard to read. I mean, it looks to be copyright stuff, rights reserved. It's really hard to read that though. It's like the developer's name, I think. I like that. All right. And hopefully, again, for some reason, maybe it's because of the art style. Maybe that's because it's Pixar and all that. I was just thinking the frame rate feels slow somehow. Like this is like fast, but then somehow I move my mouse, you know, feels like the frame rate is a little bit slower. I'm not sure. Hopefully, like, again, alt-tabbing doesn't break the frame rate somehow. I mean, that kind of happens with like older games, but you know, this game just came out, you know? In like 2025. You wouldn't think that would happen. Also, she makes different facial expressions. You quit, she's like, don't quit the game. What the heck? You're supposed to play the video game. Alright. Some honor. You know, for $17, by the way, $17 Canadian. I think it was on sale, so that's the sale number. It's like more expensive, technically. The game's actually pretty short, I believe. I'll probably finish this in 2 streams, if I had to guess. I mean, in general. I mean, when I searched on how long to beat, it's like 3 hours, but I'm assuming that's if you just rush everything. Or when I look up like videos about the game, you know, the game just came out, but I see some videos and it's about, I would say 6-7 hours, it seems like, if you just, you know, read everything in it and all that. It'll probably take 2 streams. I guess we'll see. Yeah, for like $17 though, I feel like it's pretty short. But oh well, whatever. I hope I like it. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's the thing with like free games. You know, I play a lot of free games. Like, I can give it a pass if it's free. If I didn't like it, it's like whatever, right? Like, but like when it costs something, I'm just a little bit more scrutinizing, you know? Because I spent money. I spent my hard-earned cash on this. Anyway. What's the developer's name again? Let me just double check that. It is Safe Haven Studio, but Haven is missing an E because I guess a stylistic choice. I don't know. Safe Haven Studio. So okay. How do I do like an intro? I don't know. It's like hello, welcome to SAEKO Giantess Dating Sim, a horror game developed by Safe Haven Studio, available on Steam. And well, I played the demo previously, and I like what I saw. You know, I mean, obviously there's a whole weird fetish part about a giant woman, but it is like a psychological horror game. You know, that's the part I'm interested in. You know, I don't know if anyone will believe me, but that's my MO. You know, it's like usually like if it's like a dating sim, I'm usually not interested. You know, but if there's a horror twist, now I'm paying attention. So this came out kind of recently, and you know, or at least the full version came out recently, and I wanted to try it out. So let's do that. But a little bit of content warning. Again, this is a horror game, so there may be some disturbing elements. Viewer discretion is advised. Let's begin. Start a new game. And in the very beginning, when you open the game, you know, supposedly you got kidnapped by this lady. Somehow. Like, somehow, like, shrunk, it seemed like, I don't know. You're, like, in the rain. Somehow you saw yourself in the puddle of water. But, like, she's, like, very big. I'm not sure. Oh, you're finally up. I was worried, since you suddenly fainted. You've been asleep the whole time. But it looks like I was worried for nothing. How are you feeling? Nothing hurts? Okay, well, Ren. Oh yeah, didn't I learn? I mean, I guess, well, I was just gonna say, like, Rin's gender, we kind of learn in the demo, but I guess we'll learn again here. But Rin, Rin generally is a feminine name, but anyway. I'm fine. My head's just a bit blank, but maybe I'm still dreaming. In front of me, there's a huge human, as big as a wall. A wall, you say? A wall that prevents the Titans from coming? I don't know. I knew it. I would look that way to you, wouldn't I? But this is reality. I can see your little figure just fine. And it's not that I'm big. Take a look around you. Is this a desk for giants? Wrong again. I'm a normal human, and this is a normal desk. It's a study desk made of red pine. I've been using it for 10 years or so. Now for the correct answer. You're the one who's gone smaller. That's why everything looks big to you. Why? Who knows? I like the answer myself. I saw you walking outside, tiny as a doll. I thought it'd be dangerous for you to out there, so I took you home right away. So this is your home? Correct. Just an 8 tatami one-room apartment. But it must look as large as a palace to you, right? Yeah. Hey, what are you going to do now? The outside world is full of dangers for a tiny thing like you. I'll help you look for a way to change back, so why don't you live with me until then? I'll take care of everything for you while you're here. Thanks. I guess that works. Are you feeling nervous? Don't worry, you aren't in any trouble at all. Alright, tell me about you. What's your name? What kind of person are you? My name is Rin, and what's wrong? Huh? You can't remember? Don't tell me you've lost your memory. It seems like it. When I try to remember anything besides my name, I'm... Oh dear, that's a bit of a situation. Okay, I'll help you find a way to get both your memories and your size back. We can work together. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is SAEKO. Written the character Sai, meaning cold and clear like moonlight. SAEKO. SAEKO. I mean, it makes me think of psycho, like psychopath. Psycho. Nice to meet you, SAEKO. It's nice to meet you too. I hope we'll enjoy our time together. Now get on my hand. No need to be afraid. It'll be fine. Let's go together. I'll give you a full tour of your new home. October 5th, 2008. Apparently, in 2008, people have been shrinking into tiny people. History, skip. Okay, I was wondering what those options were. You can save here. Again, is it just me? I don't know. It just feels like the frame rate is slow. Is it just me? I can't tell. Anyway. Well, time to begin our new life. I wake up in darkness. The space smells unfamiliar. It is large, cool, and more than anything else, dark. Breathe in and breathe out. As my eyes adjust, outlines come into focus. At the same time, I'm struck with an odd feeling in the back of my head. Something hard is pushing against my head. I stay my back as I grip around my hand. The texture reminds me of something. I must have touched it before. Is this a peanut? Am I sleeping on a peanut? I guess you are. My pillow is long, with a round shape, has a dent in the middle, a perfect fit for my head. Peanuts aren't supposed to be this big. but this texture is definitely a peanut shell. I can feel the countless narrow valleys running along its dry, hard surface. If I focus, I can feel the prick of each and every lumpy ridge in my head, even while lying down. Ow! My unwitting shriek echoes through the large space. Another character. You're awake? Oh. Hey, you don't have to be that shocked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Sorry, I didn't think anyone else was around. That's so? I was by your side the whole time, though. And there are other people here, too. Maybe it was too dark for you to see them. You know, something I've noticed in the art styles, everybody's eyes is glowing. When they do that. They're very shiny eyes, I guess. Oh. Did you have a nightmare or something? You let out quite a scream when you jumped up. You look so comfortable sleeping in that perfect bed I made for you. Huh? It's your first time sleeping here, right? I gave you a pillow while you were asleep. I figured you need one. And I had something that was just the right fit. So, you got some good rest, right? So you're the one to blame for the peanut pillow? Wait, what's got you grinding your teeth? I don't answer. I already know. You're anxious, right? Since you're so tiny all of a sudden. And SAEKO just goes off who knows where. She told you to wait here too, right? Yeah. This is just a desk drawer, you know. It looks like a huge arena to us. Normally you put textbooks and pencil cases in here, so that means we're smaller than that. You know, I was just thinking my own desk drawer, because I do have a desk drawer. I just put a ton of crap in there, you know. This is like a less stuff, you know, than what I would usually put in. I just put a bunch of stuff. Also, hello, Maddie, by the way. I'm playing the Giantess Dating Sim, you know? Which, despite its name, I don't know if it's a dating sim, though. The whole point is that it's not. I mean, I'm just looking in my desk drawer. Yeah, I just put a bunch of crap in there. I put, like, nail clipper, I put, my wallet, my watch. I don't know, I just stuff a bunch of stuff in there. Anyway. But we're very small. To tell you the truth, I'm new here myself too. I only got here yesterday, so I understand how you feel. Though getting a peek at how a cute girl lives is pretty exciting for me. Huh? What? Nani? Anyway, we're both new, so let's get along in a... I can't speak. Anyway, we're both new, so let's get along. In a weird place like this, girls should stick together. My name's Moko. How about you? I'm Rin, and nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, Rinny. I don't think a cute nickname like that fits me. Wait a second. Are you actually, Oh, okay. Moko, did you take the peanut? Yeah, what about it? Sorry, there's something I forgot to tell you. Could you come over here for a moment? Sure, I guess. Dang, from the tone of his voice, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get a scolding. Hey Rin, could you help me out a bit? Help you how? Or help you how? I feel a bit scared, so I'm gonna hide in a corner. Could you get everyone's attention away from me? You're going to hide? And how am I supposed to get people's attention? And how is that gonna prevent you from, you know, confronting this other person that we don't know? You gonna run away from your problems? Like, there's nowhere to run to, though. There's a limited space. Easy. Just talk to everyone. Introduce yourself to people and keep their eyes off of me. Time for me to hide now. I'm counting on you. Moko finishes speaking as quickly as she started, and disappears into the darkness of a dash. She really went and hid herself, and I have no idea where she ran off to. But now I can feel other people staring at me. There really are people other than Moko here. Moko's asked me to talk to other people to keep her safe while she's hidden. I'm scared, but I'll give it a try. I can talk to everyone by selecting them. With my mouse, I can select them with my mouse cursor. Somehow breaking the fourth wall to say that. Can I look at other things, though? Alright, well, let's talk to you. This is the voice of the man who spoke to Moko earlier. I don't know what he's like, but Moko's afraid he might be angry. It's nice to meet you. Would you mind if I talk to you for a little while? Of course not. Why are you acting all stiff? Well, are you feeling nervous? Don't worry. You can relax. Take a few deep breaths. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. Aren't you supposed to, like, you know, whenever we did breathing exercise, I remember, like, in gym class or something, you know? You're supposed to hold your breath, too, but I hated doing that. You're supposed to, like, breathe in for, like, I don't know, like, a few seconds, like, inhale, and then you're supposed to hold it, you know? And then you exhale, you know? It's like, I hated doing that, though. But, you know, that's what you're supposed to do. You don't just breathe in, breathe out. You're supposed to breathe in, hold it, and then breathe out. It's supposed to, like, you know, slow down your heartbeat or whatever, but I don't like to hold my breath, you know? It feels then I'm depriving myself of oxygen and I'm suffocating. I don't want that to happen. Why are you trying to kill me? You know, the educational system. Are you feeling a bit calmer now? Want to do another cycle? I think I'm fine. I do feel a bit calmer. Great to hear. Your face looks less pale too. Wait, I haven't introduced myself. My name's Taki. Nice to meet you, Rin. It's nice to meet you too. Wait, why does Taki know my name? Oh, you're wondering how I know your name? Oh, it's nothing special. SAEKO told us before you came here. She said someone named Rin was coming, so we should be nice to you. She also let us know the rules. I see. That makes introductions easier, but what are the rules SAEKO told him? Oh, you want to know what the rules are, don't you? I'll explain after this. I wanted to tell Moko too, but... So that's why he called up to Moko earlier. Exactly. I was going to tell her, but it looks like she thought I was angry, so she ran off to hide. Makes sense. But wait, he seems nicer than I thought, which is good. But it's like he's reading everything on my mind. It's nice not having to talk, but it's a bit scary. Now you're afraid because you think I'm reading your mind? Sorry for thinking you're scary. Oh, it's fine. I took it too far. I'm sorry for frightening you. Don't worry. I'm not a psychic or anything. I'm just slightly more perceptive of others than most. I might have wanted to surprise you a little too. I'll try to keep it to myself in the future. You can relax. He'll keep it to himself. That means he's really reading my mind, right? Taki just smiles wildly. Wildly? Wildly? No. Taki just smiles widely without saying another word. He really is a little scary. Okay, we're gonna talk to other people though. We gotta talk to you, sitting in the corner, staring off into space. A woman is slumped against the wall. Her face is tilted down and looks exhausted. Excuse me. Okay, I wonder... I don't know, again, I always give slightly different voices to the characters that I read the lines of. But I can only do so many voices, you know? And I don't know if people can even tell that I'm doing a voice. But I make an effort. Anyway, I'm trying to remember, like, what was her personality, you know? Like, what would fit her? I think she was, like ditzy or whatever, right? If I remember from the demo, anyway. Like, she's just like a, you know, well, whatever, you know. I don't know. Character, I don't know, like. Oh. The woman's eyes flash wide open when she hears my voice. Rin? A quiet voice slips out from her lips. Sorry. I just happen to know your name. Like, I just happened to see your face and, your face just looks like it belongs to Rin. Yeah. What is that supposed to mean? Also, that's a lie. Anyway, I should introduce myself. Right, introductions. Since it's the first time we've met. Yep. Oh, I just thought of something fun. Hey Rin, do you know my name? Huh? Well, this is the first time we've met. There's no way for me to know. Right, of course. But just give it a guess. Anything's fine. Just say the first female name that comes to mind. What? Anything's fine, really. Doesn't anything come up in your subconscious? My subconscious? No, sorry. Nothing comes up. I've lost my memory, so I don't remember anyone. You know, I was gonna say, like, if you could have a choice, since I've already played the demo, you know, like, could you pick the right name or something? But I think, yeah, I mean, I think it's the same in the demo as well, like, we don't get the choice. I don't know why she asked that in the first place, kinda weird. Really? Why does she look happy about that? In that case, I'll start over. My name's Chio. Nice to meet you, Rin. Right, it's nice to meet you too. But you really couldn't think of even one girl's name when asked? You must be a virgin. What? Huh? A virgin? How does that compute? You know, what does that even mean? How does it lead to that? How... I can't speak, but like, you know, how does that lead you towards that conclusion is what I'm trying to say. Like, how does that make sense? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just talking to myself. Forget what I said just now. I don't think I can forget that word that easily. I'm finally done introducing myself. What should I do now? Moko told me to get their attention, but you can't keep hiding forever. Hey, did they seem angry? No. I'm all shocked again. Sorry, I didn't see where you came out from. I was just lying on the ground quietly. With how dark it is, that's all I need to hide. So, was anyone angry? Especially him, the young hottie. Do you mean me? Ah. A hottie, Well, thank you for the praise. Hearing that from a cute girl like you makes me blush. Meh. That's an even stronger reaction than mine. What a great response. Boko, you were worried I was angry, weren't you? Yeah. It's fine. I'm not angry. It's not like you've done anything wrong, right? Of course I haven't. Then there's nothing to worry about, since there's nothing for me to get angry about. Right. I only came here to tell you something. You know where we are, don't you? This is SAEKO's desk drawer, right? Yep. Look around. You can see the things she uses in her daily life. While everything is larger than us, these are all SAEKO's personal things. From the water essential to her survival, to the iPod for her entertainment, everything was left here for us by SAEKO. Oh yeah, again, I was thinking like, you know, as I mentioned earlier, you know, I have a bunch of stuff in my desk drawer. Another thing I have a lot of is like a bunch of notebooks. I want to mention, you know, specifically, I don't know if anyone else did this. It's probably not the most efficient way, but I used to like write all of my passwords on like a little notebook, right? Because otherwise, how would you remember? Kind of like an NPC, you know? Though I'm not as bad as some people who just write like a sticky note and then just paste it on the computer monitor. I feel like, you know, some people do that, boomers, I guess, in particular, but like, that's a bit of a stereotype, you know? People are not like good with computers. Though I do wonder if the younger generation is like that too now, because they're not exactly great with computers either. At least, you know, people who don't have a computer, or like they just, you know, do stuff by like phones and stuff, you know, using a phone instead of a computer, because I feel like that's a general, like that's generally more common nowadays, you know? Instead of just owning a computer, people just do things on their phone. They spend more money on their phone than they do their computer. In fact, they might not even have a computer. I'm like the opposite, you know. I have like a very cheap, like super budget phone, you know, that barely like is like you know, you can download apps and all that, but like it's like, you know, barely any powerful really. Or I don't know what the right word is. Not powerful. What's the word? Like it barely has any kind of like processing power, right? But obviously, what I do focus on is just having a good computer. Though I do still want to upgrade my GPU. GPU is really old. I don't want to buy it yet because it's expensive. Anyway, I was gonna say though, Like I have like notebooks upon notebooks of just old passwords, and every time I would like change my password too, I would make a new entry. I would cross it out and just make a new entry. So like I just have so many different accounts and passwords and all that. Though of course nowadays I don't do that anymore. I use a password manager. It's more convenient. So I do wonder about like whether it's better from a security perspective. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's better because password manager is like, you know, hard to crack. How you had like you use like one password to unlock all the other passwords. You know, it's one point of entry, but like it's, or as long as it's a strong password, I guess. Like it shouldn't be easy to like get into. I don't know. But anyway, that's just again what that reminds me of when they mention all the stuff that SAEKO has in her little drawer. I have way more stuff. He has just like a peanut and like an iPod and that's it. And like a Beyblade. It's not even a Beyblade. It's like it has a string and all that. It's more like a classical like I don't know what you call it. You know, like a top, I guess, like a spinning top toy. Anyway, everything was left here for us by SAEKO. Oh, so we're surrounded by the personal things of a pretty girl. Maybe I'll go sniff that hair tie after. What is she doing? Why is she sniffing? Sniff? Rin, do you think that's acceptable? Huh? Why are you asking me? Because that's what the rules say. Huh? We'll have trouble with how to divide the things in the drawer fairly if people use them however they want. That means somebody has to be in charge. And SAEKO says that starting today, you're our supervisor. From now on, only you can touch these items directly, Rin. If Moko or I want anything, we have to ask you first. Why me? You must be SAEKO's favorite now, since you're cute. Well, I think you'll be a fine supervisor. You seem quite kind. And with that memory loss of yours, SAEKO can trust you. That's a bonus for you. Huh? Anyhow, it's time for your first job. Just so you know, supervising is tough. It might sound cool, but all it means is that you'll have to do a lot of menial tasks. And here's your first task. Bring me a top. A top? Yes, a top. You know, that toy that spins? They're rather common. There should be one somewhere in this room. Bring it to me. I'm sure you'll find it in no time. It's right there. I guess, I don't know, maybe the drawer is like a lot bigger. Because, you know, it feels like when you see the whole thing here, it feels kind of small. I mean, it is kind of small anyway, but, you know, maybe it's a big place relatively. No lights though, apparently. Apparently it's like really dark. You know, live in this dark, isolated, like, enclosed space for a long time. Don't you like go insane? Anyway. Our first job, I have to bring tacky a top. There's a bed. There's a tissue. Peanut. Plus 20 appeal. If I eat this, Rin won't have a pillow. Hair tie. That, you know, Moko wants to sniff for some reason. Why'd she do that? Why is she a freak? No block breaker games. Alright, well, let's just do the thing. I mean, it's a tutorial, so... Ooh, here you go. I mean, what are you gonna do with this top? You're gonna spin it? It's like it's this giant Beyblade. Thank you. Why'd you need a top? Well, part of it was just that I wanted to see how you do your first job. But I also like to spin this top when I have the time. You could call it a hobby of mine. What a sad hobby. Like one an old man would have. And there's nothing else to do around here. Whoops. Sometimes I curse these senses of mine. But a spin of the top should fix that. Go! Let her rip! Beyblade! Beyblade! Tacky throws the top a shout. The top comes off the string and shoots out. Straight into the wall. And it falls with a thump. Maybe his hand slipped. I'll pretend I didn't see that. I know you were watching. Yeah. Maybe we should change the subject. Right, Moko. Aren't you hungry? Huh? I guess I'm not hungry. but I don't usually eat that much. Empty stomach is no good. Don't you think so, Rin? I guess. We're agreed then. Rin, your next task is to give Moko something to eat. Make sure she eats. Wow, what a blatant change in subject. I should give something Moko to eat. Or something Moko to eat? No. I should give Moko something to eat. Like Taki says, an empty stomach's no good. Plus Taki seems to really want me to do this. I'll save again, how it matters. At least I have a lot of save slots, hopefully. I mean, the only thing that you can eat is a freaking peanut. But then I won't have my pillow. You know? Well, really give peanut to Moko? Yeah. So this is the peanut in question. Thank you, Rin. The shell's in the way. Yeah. With a powerful yell, Moko presses down the peanut. The shell cracks, revealing a soft interior. Wow, Moko, you're strong. That shell was so hard. You think so? I'm not actually that good with sports. Maybe because I'm always carrying heavy books at events. But this peanut's really huge. Why don't we split and eat together? No, it's fine. You can eat it by yourself. Where'd you come from? Where'd you come from? I don't know. I feel like they were always of Oblivion or something, you know, like an NPC is like, where'd you come from? Hiya! Why won't you die? You said you were hungry. Make sure to eat all of it by yourself. Understood? It felt like a threat. Okay. Num 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 num. Moko seems defeated somehow. She starts eating the peanut. Each bite is tiny, like a squirrel eating a berry. Maybe it's yummier than Moko expected. He keeps munching down over a small mouth. There. Thank you, Moko. See you. Taki's gone, but he had an odd expression on his face just now. What was that about? Hey, Rin. There's nothing to do. Don't just stand there, chat with me. Alright. What are you talking to the others about? I'm new, so I don't know much about them. Well, Taki's really perceptive. He gets everything I was thinking. Chio seems to be hiding something. She was mumbling some weird stuff. Where and how? Like how I must be a virgin. A virgin, huh? That's an awful thing to say to somebody you just met, right? No, wait, that's not the problem. What? Despite how you look, you said a cute nickname doesn't fit you, and your hoodie and jeans are androgynous. I don't know how Chio sighed, but the evidence lines up. All we need to do is actually verify it. Huh? Sorry, just let me check something. Moko swiftly bends down and takes a step toward me. Her hand gets closer to me by the second. Then her hand touches me, a very important part of me. What? Ow! Her eyes flash open behind her glasses. She shouts out like an explorer who's found the fabled treasure on the treasure map. Aha! Yeah, incredible, just incredible. I'm sorry for suddenly touching you like that. I just had to check. This is sexual harassment. This is a HR. Where's the HR department? I'm really sorry, Rinny. I mean, Rin. Why would you? Hey, Rin. Have you ever heard the term otokonoko? Yes, it means a slang term. I think it means like, I mean, obviously there's different ways to read it, obviously. I think originally it just means like, daughter, kid, or something. I can't remember what it was. I actually don't know. I mean, I can look it up, actually. What was it? I remember, because I know the term. Otokonoko. I think I argued with people on the internet as well about what it means. Yeah, it means male daughter. Whatever, yeah, that's what it was. It means male daughter, which is the equivalent of like femboy, basically. It's not exactly, but like it's femboy, essentially. In fact, I feel like femboy, the term femboy, you know, kind of came from this. But originally, it was just otokonoko, the Japanese word for just a cross-dressing man, you know? term used in some subculture for someone who looks just like a girl but has a special extra body part between their legs. Of course. Seeing you, I just had to check. I was right on the money. You seem to be enjoying this. Of course I am. This place is amazing. A girl with boobs are way too big, and a revealing outfit, and honest to god otokonoko. Yeah, okay, I mean, that's what I remember about this game. The protagonist is a femboy for some reason. That's a point, I guess, for I don't know why, but just because, I guess. This is a treasure trove of sexy cuteness overload. It's too much. No, it's beyond that. When you say the girl with big boobs, I mean SAEKO, obviously. You must have thought the same thing. So much was happening that I really wasn't looking. Don't try to play innocent, they're huge! How could you not even have caught a glance? I think between your legs isn't just for show, is it? Again, this is sexual harassment? Before coming here, I was at a friend's to help on a draft. A super sexy one ran for a Dojin event. It was a late night deadline and it took a long time to finish. The last train was gone already, so I had to walk home. While walking, I saw a black-haired girl walking from the other direction. The moment she passed by, all I could think about was how gorgeous she was. As I watched her walk away, I suddenly lost my footing, and then my perspective of the world had gone wrong. When I woke up, I was in this room. I was shocked at first, of course, but I was really happy when I found that girl had helped me. I do want to return to my original size, but being in a young woman's room and having that gorgeous young woman, her big boobs, her big boobas, and black hair take care of me every day, I'm looking forward to it. Okay, well, she's obviously the, you know, the caricature of like a doujin artist or something like that. Just like a pervert, you know? Essentially. You sound like an old man. People tell me that a lot, and I think it myself too. But somebody like me has no way of acting cute anyway, so I've completely given up on that. And despite being drawn in like a very typical anime style, with no like flaws at all, so she just looks like a typical anime girl. So like, anyway, again, I don't know what the word is, but like I do feel like that's common actually in anime, you know, where it's like obviously it's like this cute anime girl that happens to be totally into like degenerate hobbies such as like drawing hentai comics, you know. It's like I feel like that's a common trope in anime. Maybe a dictionary definition of otoko no I can't speak. Maybe a dictionary definition of otoko no ko like you wouldn't understand how I feel. Hey, how do your muscles look? Like your neck muscles? Can I slip my hand inside your hoodie? Help! Hospital. Hey, why are you running away? Just let me touch it a little. Don't look I'll use it up or anything. What do you mean use it up? Use it up? Just as Moko's body approaches mine again, a low muffled vibration reverberates from a distance. Was that an earthquake? Another vibration. The shaking and loud rumble of the ground do feel like an earthquake, but... No, this isn't an earthquake. The ground shakes again. With each tremor, the sound and shaking grows stronger, as if something enormous is approaching. Why is it shaking so much? I can't stand it. Or I can't stand it? Oh no, I can't stand it. Literally, they literally can't stand. They're gonna fall off, fall over. They can't stand. Everything's fine. That's just SAEKO coming. She must be back from university. Oh. The roar and vibration of the ground grow even stronger. Along with the giant footsteps, there's the regular sound of breathing and fabric against fabric. An unusually cheerful humming that cuts through the air. But if this is just SAEKO coming back, why do you look so terrified? After another few seconds of silence, the ground once more begins to shudder. I fall to the ground, unable to stay standing. Next, I hear the creak of something moving. Then a tremendous commotion that shakes the whole room. As the room we're in, the second drawer of the desk is pried open by SAEKO's fingers. Hello, cute little people. Did you get along while I was away? My 5th lecture ran longer than usual, and I'm a little peckish. Could I have another one of you today? As a treat. Yeah, just as a treat. Does that mean, you know, like, no, you can have one as a treat. You can have a little snack. I mean, I know what happens because I played a demo, but SAEKO's hand comes down to the drawer. Her unthinkably large fingers fill our vision. They wander for just a moment, as if carefully making a decision. And then they stop, right in front of Moko's body. What? No way, why? The giant fingers pluck Moko's tiny body and carry her up into the sky. Did this happen in the demo? I don't remember, actually, exactly what happened. I knew someone got eaten. Was it Moko? I don't know. I don't remember. Hey, let go of me, please. Nope. Swallowing sound. I was just gonna say, like, that just seems like really... I mean, obviously, like, gross in general. I mean, like, you know, just eating like a human person. But like, I'm just thinking about the logistics, you know? Like, the flavor and texture, like, what her clothes... Wouldn't you be chewing on her clothes as well? And the glasses, you know? And, like, the hair, you know? Like, when you eat... when you eat, like, chicken or something, you know, you don't eat like a literal whole chicken. You gotta pluck all the feathers out, you know, like you gotta cook it, you know, and you gotta cut it from the bones usually, or depending on what kind of like part of the chicken you're eating, I guess. But you know, the meat is what you're looking for, not everything else. And I feel like if you just eat like a full human, there's a lot to chew through there, you know, that's not digestible. I feel like not even tasty. Anyway, SAEKO says, "Yum." I can feel her squirming in my stomach. Still alive? Did you just swallow? You didn't even chew. Excellent work for your first job, Ren. Why are you so shocked? You fed that little person as the supervisor, didn't you? That's what made her more appealing and delicious, you know? Peanut flavor, I guess. It's kind of weird though. I mean, isn't it just a regurgitation of the digested peanut in their stomach though? It wouldn't taste like peanut, I feel like. It would like taste like weird stomach bile. But I guess it's kind of like what reminds me of, what's that called? A foie gras or something, you know? That's something in real life where like I think a duck or something, can't remember, like some kind of bird is fed like a ton of food to the point where they're morbidly obese and has like a ton of fat and something, and then they kill it and cook it and stuff like that. Is that what it is? Can't remember. It's something like that. That's what it reminds me of, you know? I mean, I guess in general, like the meat industry is kind of like that just in general for like farm animals, but you know, specifically foie gras, which is kind of fucked up, you know? Anyway, I think you did quite well for your first time. I didn't hear anything about that. I didn't... Oh. Hey, Taki. I told you to explain everything to Rin, didn't I? Yes, but if he found out everything right away, I thought he might object. I don't need 2 supervisors. What? Very well. Your duty is done, ex-supervisor. Now you gotta clean your hands. You gotta get all that blood on you. My fingers are a little dirty. Well, now you know how things are. You're in charge, Ren, and welcome to my world. Chapter 1. There you go. Okay, I did remember Taki dying or whatever. You know, he was like suspicious. Yeah, he hid the fact that he was trying to feed Rin, you know, to plump her up so that she'll be the next one to be eaten. But you know, he's not following SAEKO's rules to a T, so therefore he dies as well. I remember him dying. I actually don't remember Moko died last. I guess she did. I mean, it would have to been. I thought Taki was the one that only died. Or he was the only one that died, but I guess Moko died too. In that case, you know, her whole like you know, interaction of her just didn't mean anything. She's dead. Anyway, chapter 1 done. Come over to my house. Alright. Let's save here. And do we had to click here, I guess? I remember because the demo also had this too, where there was these like weird sections where she would talk and then you have to like respond, and sometimes you don't want to respond. It's like, it's weird. I don't know. Like I couldn't really grasp, you know, like exactly what you're supposed to do. If you don't do it right, she kills you or something, I think. Anyway, well, let's begin. So how was your day? It was rough for a first day, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Respond. I don't have an option to. How do I respond again? Answer when I ask a question. If you screw up again, you got it? Yeah. I mean, I think that's scripted. I didn't see an option. The last supervisor isn't around anymore. Mm-hmm. Do I need to respond to that? I need you to stick around a little longer than that gentleman. Yeah. So desu ka? Whatever you say. Hey. Do you think a person's personality can change? Yeah. I have not a lot of time to think about it, but I mean, yeah, when people grow up, they have new experiences, you know, it might change their perspective in life, for better or for worse. I don't think it can. Okay, whatever you say. Okay, never mind. I have to agree. Personalities are like yachts on water. Once the wind blows, they can't stop. Sure, whatever you say. Again, I don't know if like should you respond too much? I don't know if you should respond too much. All I can do is idly watch the other boats. I feel like if you just say yes to everything, you know, she's like, she gets angry too. So I'm not sure. Except where these boats take me. That's all. Yeah, whatever you say. Mm-hmm. Appearances are like that too. Mm-hmm. But everyone knows how to change those, right? Yeah, sure, whatever you say. You say yes to everything, I guess. Take care of your skin, exercise, don't eat sweet stuff at night. Eating sweet stuff at night, does that matter? I know you have sugar, I guess. Sugary stuff. Probably, like, brush your teeth. You do anyway, though. I have something better to eat anyway, don't I? Sure, yeah. I'm assuming you just say yes to everything, otherwise she kills you. Oh, it's this late already? You know, what it reminds me was, it's like, I mean, it is like a dating sim, right? You know, in a dating sim, let's leave it for today. In a dating sim, like a typical, like, when you think, I don't know, I can't think of a specific one. And sweet dreams. Thanks. Good night and sweet dreams, that's what she said. But, oh, I can have a little thing here too. Huh. Let me save again, I guess. I think this is new. So this is, I think, oh, I actually don't remember. I think this is when the demo ended. Or maybe there was still a little bit more. I can't remember now, but I don't remember this part. Anyway, I was gonna say though, it really, I mean, it is kind of like it is reminiscent of like how in dating sims, you do have to mold your protagonist's like personality towards your romanceable target. At least in a typical generic dating sim. I don't know if there's any specific ones. But, like when I think of a dating sim, I think of that. There's like an invisible like romance meter. You gotta like increase, and usually it's by agreeing. For the most part, or at least having a personality that the how do you say, again, romance targets, I don't know if that's the right word, but like, the character that you're supposed to be romancing, you're supposed to fit their personality, right? And if you don't, then you don't get those love points, and you don't get their ending or whatever it is. So, in a way, it kind of is like a subversion, or like maybe not subversion. What's the word? Like satire? Maybe is that the right word? Kind of like that's the idea, right? You're supposed to be like agreeing to everything SAEKO says, but not because you necessarily because you're trying to romance her, because you don't have a choice. Is the idea. But that's how you would succeed either way in like a dating sim, which is kind of fucked up because. At this, ironically, despite being called dating sims, and I guess maybe there's better ones out there. I don't know, but like usually, dating sim slop. I guess the ones that I see, which I don't think I've played a lot really, but how would I know? But from what I've seen anyway, it is kind of like that. Where you're supposed to like again mold yourself to the character's personality, and that's kind of like the wrong lesson to learn. From life in general, right? If you try to make yourself different just so someone can like you, not even just in romance, just in general, well, it probably just comes across as fake, right? It's not really the real you, unless you want to be like that kind of person. For the most part, though, if you try to like fake it, I guess until you make it, you're just gonna end up unhappy, because you're not be able to keep it up forever. If you're not like true to yourself. And all that jazz, I guess. Anyway. Okay, well, let's look at these options. What is this? Email. Oh, okay, SAEKO's like, nope. Don't look at my email, stupid. What about phone? 911? Nope. SAEKO's like, you're not allowed to do that. Fine. Okay. Well, at least she allows us to, like, search the internet, I guess. I was wondering what we're gonna do for like entertainment. I always think about like if I was trapped in a situation like in prison or something, or kidnapped or whatever it was, it would suck, but not because of the usual reasons, but because I wouldn't have access to the internet. But if I was allowed to watch YouTube videos or whatever, then I'll be fine because I don't have to pay rent. It'd be great. Well, other than being tortured, I guess. I'm just thinking about like prison scenarios, I mean, I'm just thinking like if you're like a prisoner of war, I don't know. It's like you usually get tortured though. Anyway, Magic J-Land, Tokyo. You are a Libra? Title recommendation? Cola float? I don't know what that means exactly. Cola float. Falling in love with someone doesn't feel clear like soda. Wanting to be next to someone feels cloudy, dark, and just a bit bitter. But I know if my wish comes true, sweet and white bliss upon bliss awaits me. Falling in love feels like a cola float. Well, kind of like a soda float. Or what's it called? Or usually, isn't it called like an ice cream float usually? Not cola float, but put ice cream on soda. I tried that actually. Because I've seen that before in some like video game or something. And I was like, it looks delicious, even though it's like a lot of sugar. I just want to try it for like one time. So I bought some ice cream and then I put it on some soda. It didn't really work though. It just kind of mixed together. It didn't flow. I don't know. I didn't do it right. But it didn't flow. It kind of mixed together. Just weird like slop. Soda like ice cream slop. I ate it. It was like kind of weird because like it's like basically ice cream with like bubbles. I don't know if I enjoyed it all that much. And I also got a stomachache. think it was like too much sugar. And also, I think I tried to get like lactose-free ice cream as well, which is a thing, I think. It's not really lactose-free. It's more like they put like lactase in it, like an enzyme to digest the lactose in the ice cream. But the one that I brought, didn't work, I think. It still had too much lactose. But anyway. Cola Float. I guess that was just like a little poem. What's this one? First meeting. Oh no, I have to hurry or I'm gonna be late. It was a normal sunny morning. Ayaka pushed open the door and went out in her school uniform. Ayaka didn't take school that seriously compared to other people in her class. Her hair was dyed brown and she wore light makeup too, so she didn't care about being late. Her hair was dyed brown? That's interesting. I think that's actually a thing in Japan. In fact, I mean, obviously it's a little bit of a clickbait article, but I think there was a time where I think like a student, was chastised for having like blonde hair or something. Like they assumed that she dyed her hair, but actually that was just her natural hair color, right? Because but it stood out, because in Japan anyway, it's a very homogeneous culture. So anything that isn't like a dark like brown or something or black or whatever would stand out, and that's considered normal. So therefore, if you are born of like a blonde hair or something, or like a lighter color, then ironically they would need to dye their hair like a normal color, quote unquote, despite the fact that they're not supposed to dye their hair. Like the whole point of the rule is that they're not supposed to dye their hair. But like people will make assumptions, at least in Japan anyway, that you did, even though you didn't. So so the rule is it's a contradiction, and really the unspoken rule is that you should have normal color hair is what the real rule is, but nobody acknowledges that. As far as I understand anyway, I think there's just a situation like that happened, or maybe not, I don't know, it could be like a rumor or something. This is how it is on the internet. It's a ton of misinformation. It's like this thing that happened, but actually it didn't actually happen. People just do the thing, like in telephone, or like they just repeat like a rumor over and over again until like it ends up being completely wrong from the original source. But anyway, first meeting, Ayaka. She cared about being late, but like being late still kind of embarrassing, right? But just as she started running with toaster in her mouth, bam! Ayaka ran right into somebody, right? Actually, there's more. Wait a minute. Wait, so this one... Oh no, that's it, I think. Huh, weird. The prologue is just this, Cola Float. Oh, there's actually more. First meeting. So I guess this whole thing is a book, I guess. The name is called Cola Float. The prologue is just a little like flavor, like get you in the mood, I guess, for like a typical romance novel. So I don't know if I'm gonna read this whole thing out loud, but let's go through it really quickly. So, ouch, she heard a voice, fell to hard ground. Yeah, typical, anime rom-com setup, obviously. It's so cliche that it's just like a running gag, in most anime now. The voice just sounds super angry. She turned around, she saw a blonde-haired delinquent in a black Gakuran uniform. Ooh. And now that she heard about it, or now she thought about it, she heard that there were boys like this at the high school near her house. He's like, no way, at this rate, the boy is gonna get really mad at her. Oh, they're gonna beat her up. And then he's like, "You picking a fight with me?" And she's like, "No way." The boy in the black uniform that Ayaka ran into slowly got up on his 2 feet. He's huge. He was only a bit taller than Ayaka, but those big shoulders and chest, apparently. Even with his clothes on, it was clear that he was super strong. Ayaka should have ran, but her feet couldn't move. Sat on the ground, look at the face of the delinquent, and then she blushed. She's like, ooh woo. And the delinquent looked at Ayaka, and then he smirked. It's like, super creepy. Help! Ayaka held back the urge to shriek without caring about anyone noticing, and just shut her eyes tight. And then another person apparently is like, hey, what are you doing here? Right at that moment, Ayaka heard a young man's voice nearby. Wow, what a cool deep voice. Definitely wasn't the time to be thinking about something like that, but Ayaka always did. And the delinquent was like, and then ran off as he clicked his tongue. And then Aika listened to footsteps, went farther away, and there she saw pale skin, light brown hair, fine and well-shaped eyebrows, pants low on his hips with a rumpled shirt, tall, probably at least 180 centimeters. So apparently they all always have to be tall. Okay. The guy's like, you okay? Careful. Girls shouldn't lie on the ground like that. And yeah, Aika's head was still spinning like it had never spun before when the boy put his hand on Aika's back and helped her get off the ground. And it kind of ends there, I guess. It's just a very cliche, like, rom-com setup. But I do feel like, I mean, the liquid's gonna be like, you know, it's gonna be like a thing. I don't know if they're gonna continue this random, like, fanfic, I guess. Not really a fanfic, it's just a fic, I guess, but most likely, if this was an anime, the liquid's gonna come back and it's gonna be like a rival, you know. As it turns out, he's like, has a heart of gold, actually, and it's like, he just sounds rough, but actually he has a big family and like he takes care of everybody, you know, that kind of thing. I don't know. Like the other guy is like the main romance target. He's like a super popular, super cool, and it's like, but actually, you know, doesn't care about his popularity or whatever, something like that. He actually cares about other things. Like, I don't know what it would be. What's an attractive hobby? I wouldn't know. Like, he likes, I don't know. He likes philosophy or something, I don't know. Anyway, unending vanishing incidents. Police say to avoid going out late at night. Society says society news. The vanishing incidents continue to increase, with 6 reported cases of people disappearing in the last 7 days. The police department is telling people to avoid going out alone late at night, as the victims are usually out late at night and on their own and young. Really, that's important. Okay, so people are vanishing. I mean, we can take a guess who's doing that, but no. Here's another one. Experts warn that 34% of youth are addicted to cell phones. Only 34%, you know? I guess, well, technically in the setting of this game, I think it's like 2008 or something like that, right? These days, I think the number's gone up, actually. And not just youth, but everybody are addicted to cell phones, from what I can see anyway. People are just on their phones, you know? A survey by Ministry of Education has found that 34% of all cell phone owners under 30 are addicted to their cell phones. Experts warn that the increase in cell phone functions like internet browsing and rich text deco mails, I don't know what that is, has had a negative impact on the daily lives of young people, and that cell phone companies should work with the government to take countermeasures. Well, that's not going to happen, actually, because it's more profitable to keep people addicted to their cell phones. Which, by the way, I guess the cell phone, I mean, especially because it's in Japan. But it is like a flip phone, you know? That's kind of retro. As I always say, you know, in Japan, because Japan was actually one of the first countries to actually, like, adopt the whole cell phone thing, right? So they started the whole flip phone craze or whatever. But they also kept the design for a long time as well. Even after everyone moved on to, like, you know, the typical smartphone, right? With the little just touch screen and all that. Japan still used, like, I mean, you see in anime basically, they'll use a lot of flip phones. But nowadays they've also moved on though to smartphones. But at least a lot of anime, people still were using those flip phones, you know, for a long time. Because it was still common. Anyway, Nikkei 5-year low of 10,312 yen. Nikkei? What's Nikkei? Nikkei? Finance? Close at, you know, that yen number on the 4th, continuing its decline from the day before to drop to 14 yen to reach a new 5-year low. Continued a historic downtrend since September. Okay, let's just stock stuff. Boring stocks. I don't care. That does not apply to me. Okay, well, that's news. Dictionary. I'll do the game last because it's probably like a mini game or something. Dictionary. Okay, there wasn't not much to look at. It's just this charm, I guess, over here. A felt charm. The uneven stitches are cute, even if it doesn't look like, even if it doesn't look that well made. It really works. Unlock condition. Okay, so I guess you unlock more stuff, kind of like achievements. the more the game you play. Switch? I don't know what that means. It just goes back and up, or up and down. Alright. What's the video game? Tsukubo, the final. Okay, time to spend 10 million hours on this just to get the achievement, you know, apparently. I'm assuming that you get if you do this well. Okay, so you jump. How does it work? You can like jump through the platforms though. Okay, well, there's a health bar though, so I guess at some point you fall off, you die. How does this work? Wait, what? Oh, I'm dead. Damn it. Huh. So you can like... You double jump. Okay, there's a double jump. Oh, oh, that's funny. There's a different animation there. Of dying? Because he touched the flower, I guess. I only got one heart left. Can I replay it later, somehow? Oh, damn it. Oh, okay. Fan service. I got achievement. You can't see it, but the achievement says fan service. Apparently, that's fan service? What do you mean? I'm back tomorrow. Okay, so you can't redo it. I mean, I imagine you can like save scum, but we'll do that next time, I guess. Well, to move on. I think we had our fun with her phone. I think we're ready for the next chapter. What will happen? I don't know. Look at her face. She's looking the whole time. October 6th, 2000. I was waiting for it to fade. I guess I had to press a button. Actually, I had to click. Anyway. Actually, we're still in chapter 1, it seems like. It's also in the top left. Not even the next chapter yet. But this, I mean, this is definitely after the demo, though. So, this is new territory. In the sea on a stormy night, I float alone on the surface of the dark waters. Instead of stars, endless rows of cumulus clouds cover the sky. The pale light of the full moon peeks out from between two rows. Its brilliance makes me blink. Then several moons fill my vision. They form an arc, like beads on a string. The water acts as a mirror, reflecting the round lights to encompass the world above and below with dozens of moons. Suddenly, suddenly a huge wave appears. The current carries my body toward one of the moons. You know what it was? I was thinking, because as I was reading it, I was thinking like, because this is a new part of the game, I should probably like retitle my stream maybe, like, when I'm done. Maybe I should put like full version, because when you search SAEKO, the, you know, Giantess Dating Sim, there's definitely a lot of videos about the demo. But, you know, what if people are looking for the full version, right? So I should probably put like, I don't know, SAEKO Giantess Dating Sim full release or something on the title. I'm not sure. It's distinguished from the demo. I don't know. Anyway, that's what I was thinking. This is what happens when I read stuff. I'm reading stuff, you know. I'm also thinking of other things. Then I misspeak. But anyway, just as a harsh white light pouring down is about to, or just as the harsh white light pouring down is about to pierce through my body, the ocean floor opens up and I swirl down the whirlpool. I reach up with all my might and touch something soft. Rin, that's... Did we grope her boobies or something? I don't know. Ah! I leap up with a start and find Chio plop down the flat floor in front of me. Good morning, Rin, and how is this sleeping with me? The corners of Chio's lips turn up as she smooths out the creases in her long skirt. Look at the mess you've made. Did sleeping with me feel that good? Okay, well, I thought she was more quiet. My first impression of her. But now she just seems more, I don't know what the word is. Aggressive, I guess? I hurriedly inspect myself. There are traces of saliva around my mouth. Well, I mean, were we just drooling, or... I think we were just drooling. I was also thinking that somehow she was making out with us in her sleep. I know that's just weird. But no, I think it was just drooling. I just had my head on your lap and fell asleep. That's all that happened, right? Let's go with that. It'd make you feel better, wouldn't it? Okay, I don't know. No way. It's just a joke. The only things that touched were your head in my lap. You can relax. It looked like you were having trouble sleeping, so I took matters in my own hands. So, did you sleep a little better? I guess I slept fine, but I had a weird dream. A weird dream or a strange dream? I don't know. Same thing. Stranger than reality? Reality, huh? I find myself at a loss for words. Oh, right. I became the supervisor. SAEKO came back, and then Moko and Taki. I can see the two images vividly in my mind. The sudden deaths of Moko and Taki, who had grown familiar to me. I had forgotten because I was too busy playing games on her phone, you know? Moko had been tossed into SAEKO's mouth like a snack. Taki had been crushed between SAEKO's fingers, his remains promptly removed by a tissue. I watched their lives end so swiftly from the drawer beneath them. To be honest, I still can't quite believe it. But no matter how I search for them in the dim drawer, they're nowhere to be found. Also, sometimes I'm using a space to advance the text. Sometimes I press enter and it doesn't work, and I'm like, wait, what? Oh, I press space. So that's why sometimes I'm like not advancing the text because I pressed the wrong button. Anyway, are the two of them really dead? What else would they be? Huh? You saw what happened to Taki, and Moko must be digested by now. There aren't any doctors here to perform an autopsy, let alone any bodies to be autopsied. Chio's tone is incredibly matter-of-fact. How can you be so... I mean, that's just how it is. How can you say that? I suppose this is a good chance to explain things properly. I'm sure you already know this, but SAEKO raises little people for her own purposes. Protection? That's a bald-faced lie. She uses some kind of magic to shrink people that catch her eye around town and brings them back here. Sometimes she just watches or plays with them, like dolls in a dollhouse, but her main goal is to eat them. She stores the little people she catches in this drawer, just like how you might clean sand from clams, or rather keep crabs in a box. Why are both your examples seafood? Because they're both better fresh. Do you remember what Taki said yesterday? About how the supervisor's job is to give items to the little people in the drawer. It isn't completely true, but it isn't completely false either. The supervisor's main goal is to raise appealing little people that SAEKO will want to eat right up. By appealing, I mean tasty. If you give a little person food, they'll become more appealing. Maybe they'll be more energetic, or they'll have a bit of extra flavor. When their appeal reaches 50, SAEKO will eat them. Fattening up a little person until they're yummy enough to give to SAEKO, that's your real job as a supervisor. Yesterday, when Taki kept trying to make me give Moko the peanut, yep, that was to increase the glasses girl, I can't speak. Yep, that was to increase the glasses girl's appeal and have a SAEKO eat her up. Then if I hadn't given Moko the peanut, she wouldn't have been killed? No, I already told you, it's the supervisor's job to raise appealing little people. If you don't do your job and nobody makes yummy little people, SAEKO will get mad, and she'll kill all of us. She threatened Taki with that before, and I don't think she was lying. Think of it this way. You chose the only method that could save the other little people without making SAEKO angry. Their deaths aren't your fault, they're nobody's fault. You just did the best you could in the situation you were put in. But that's how I got Moko. You have to stop thinking like that. Nobody's to blame for anyone's death in this drawer, but if you can't stop yourself from overthinking, just relax those shoulders and let yourself loose. I'll teach you how to stop thinking about anything at all. Alright, there's some little newcomers. Why did you say go hi? Or, I said that wrong. Why don't you go say hi? Did I say that? I can't remember. Anyway, I think I said, why don't you say go hi? Why don't you go say hi? Huh? Newcomers? Wait, were other people near us this whole time? Yep. Wait, you didn't notice? Never thought you just like having an audience. Of course not. I pushed Shio's hand away and put the distance between us. I could feel my cheeks growing hot. I look around the drawer. There really are other little people here. Little people. They keep saying little people, you know? I feel like there should be a different word, you know? Instead of literal people. It just feels weird to say that over and over and over again. As if it's like a species, but like it's just, you know, it doesn't sound right. Anyway. But yeah, there are a lot of people here. I don't know how I feel about talking to new people right now, but I should say hi. Okay, oh yeah, I'm just clicking now. Oh, fresh meat. Who are you? Oh, okay, like a punk. A woman leans on the wall of the drawer with one foot up against it. For some reason, she's glaring my direction. How do I don't know. I don't know how to do a voice. That's like a punk, you know, like rough but feminine voice, I'm assuming. Yeah, it's a woman, right? It said it was a woman, so oh, how would that even sound like? I mean, it's hard, but what? You want something? I guess I don't really want anything. Could you not talk to me then? Oh, but we're gonna be living here together. I think it'd be better if I introduce myself. What for? You think you're the type of... You're the boss of some part-timers or something? Acting all goody-goody and doing pointless stuff only you care about? When you're just a precocious little fuckboy who'll hump anything anywhere. What do you mean? How do you even... Why do you have this idea of me in the first place? Cautious little what? Fuckboy. Don't make me say it again. I can't believe you did that in public. I'd rather die. That giant woman's nuts, too. This place sucks. What do you mean? What do we do in public? What? You want to say something? You said I feel bad and say sorry if you looked all mopey? No, that's not what I... Could I ask for your name? I'm Rin. Rin? What a weak-ass name. I'm Kina. Cool name, right? Cooler than yours, anyway. What do you mean it's cooler than mine? Is it? So, do you want anything? If there's anything you need, I'll get it for you. And now you're trying to bribe me. You're the worst. What have you offering? Get me something that'll help me escape from here. Escape? What else would anyone stuck in here need? Is screwing all you have on your mind? No, but, you know, SAEKO is protecting us. My voice trails off. Kina's sharp gaze is focused on my face. That's so. But she doesn't need to trap us in here to protect us, right? I hate quiet places like this. Plus the music here stinks. I want to get out of here fast. There must be a hole or a gap or something, else we all choke and die. Can't see anything in the floor, which means it's probably up there. It's hard to see from here. I want to check my own eyes. Could you get me something big to climb up on? SAEKO will probably get mad if I tell her I gave a little person something to help them escape. If Kina's just using it to look up, I'll just do what she says for now. Some kind of gap in the ceiling. I don't want her mood to get any worse, so I'll find something big to climb on. Okay, so we're doing it right now. So wait a minute. Did we... I guess we had sex with Chio. You know, I don't know. Is there like an H version of this game? Did we have sex with Chio? Because I guess that's what that Fade to Black was. She said like, you know, I'll help you forget about, or I'll help you not think about anything else. I think it's what she said, and like faded to black. And I was like, okay, well, I guess this is a transition for some reason. But no, I think we fucked, and the game just kind of like didn't mention that exactly. It didn't like allude to it. Instead of Kina, I guess when she said like, you know, did you, or you know, because we didn't know about the other people, Chio mentioned how like we, you know, I thought that we liked having an audience, so I guess that's what happened. So we I didn't know. I didn't know the game was like that. to use a condom? I was just thinking about protection. I mean, I guess we're not gonna live long enough for anything to happen. I'm just thinking, you know, STDs, you know, like. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter. It's just anime, you know. In anime, apparently, it just doesn't matter. It's kind of like how people don't like poop or pee in anime, unless it's like a joke, I guess. But like generally speaking, all that like other stuff, you don't have to worry about it. It's anime. But apparently, we had to give her something like tall to like climb up on. I mean, the top is kind of big, but like I feel like it would fall off, right? Yeah, I thought it was a boring hobby, but now I kind of get it. We haven't talked to this person though. I don't know who they are. Don't know who put this up, but it's like a painting. I'm just reading all the little flavor texts in my head. It's a lot to go through, but it's interesting that they have different comments about the different items. But I might guess like the iPod maybe. So, Otomato, the music player. I don't know any of these songs. Huh, she's got a taste for music. Apparently it was Kina-san. About this? Does that work? How about this iPod? You could climb up using the cable. Not bad. For you. You any good at climbing trees? Just asking. Probably not. I don't think I've even tried before. Figures. I'll go then. Get in a few push-ups while I'm gone. Of that, Kina tucks the earphone cable between her legs. She's going, what's this? This is weird animation. And climbs up the cable like it's a vine. Kina definitely reaches the top of the iPod in no time. Huh, look at that. You look pleased. Of course I am, but I'm looking at the ceiling now. And there's nothing. Kina slides down the side of the iPod in disappointment. Then she gets up like nothing happened at all. No luck. There wasn't any gap up there. I'll have to think of something else. I'll let you know when I do, so go fuck all you want. Okay. You know, I guess we're not a virgin anymore. Is that what you asked? She's like a predator. She's a sexual predator. Anyway, you know, this person. Not this person, this person. Anyway, I look around the drawer, and there really are other little people here. Okay, I already read this. It's just a generic dialogue, because we're gonna click on this person next. Hello. A quiet-looking boy stands in the corner of the drawer. He's fidgeting like he can't relax. Hello. Okay. The boy looks up in surprise. But the moment his eyes meet mine, his cheeks flush and he turns his head away. You know, as it turns out, he really likes femboys. Now, hello. Oh no, he's super embarrassed. Did you see that whole thing earlier? Sorry if you did. It's fine. Oh yeah, well, I keep forgetting that. Because apparently they just had sex in front of these two people. I forgot about that too. Anyway, it's fine. I'm just not used to this kind of thing. But maybe it's normal around here. I wouldn't want to get in the way of anybody else's fun. Thanks for the consideration, I guess. Well, I feel like Rin and this guy is just the same. You know, like just nervous. Just has the same nervous energy, you know? But, could I ask your name? My name's Maru. You're Rin, right? Yes, but how did you know that? Well, earlier, your voices were so loud that I heard. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's a whole 9 yards, huh? They were like, they wouldn't just do any foreplay. They were doing the whole thing, huh? What is this? Anyway, could I help you with anything? I'm actually kind of in charge of this drawer. Anything I need help with? Oh, then, could I ask you for some advice? Only if you have the time. Of course, what is it? I get chilly quite easily. When I stand around without moving, my hands and feet just get so cold. I think it'll be fine if I could just wear another layer. Is there anything I could use around here? I think it's because you Usually when you feel cold, or at least when you feel colder than usual, I mean, it could be a lot of things, but in my experience, it's related to your thyroid, actually, you know? You have like an underactive thyroid, usually that causes you to feel cold in most situations, you know? And you know, it's induced by like a variety of things, but usually it's because you have like a hypothyroid. I know because I have a hypothyroid as well. I used to have a hyperthyroid, where it's overactive, where I felt like hot like all the time, but now I have an underactive thyroid because I mean, nobody cares, but like, you know, just to like finish my thought, I had to take it out basically, eat a pill or whatever, like had like radiation and freaking nuked it out of my throat, you know. So that's what happened, and now I take medication to like keep that in check. But anyway, you mean some clothing? Maybe not. I've actually been having the same problem. Oh, then what does everyone do when they need to change clothes? Yeah, like, do you take any showers, or is everyone gonna be never stinky? Well, I actually just got here yesterday. I decided not to think about Chio. Yes, especially after that workout, you know, you probably get you get very sweaty, you know. Anyway, I see. Things might be quite tough. How about fabric? Maybe cloth or paper? Anything is fine, as long as it's thin and flexible. I like to make clothes, so I could try using fabric to make something to wear. The new boy Maru seems to like making clothes. I'll look for something that he can use as fabric to put together a warm outfit. Okay. I mean, there's tissue, there's a bed. Hair tying, maybe? I'm not sure. Well, let's save the game first. Not if it matters if I choose the wrong thing, but I don't know. Can you make clothes out of tissues? It'll probably like rip too, you know, it'll probably rip too quickly. But then this is my bed though, you know, I don't want to put this away. Highly absorbent, convenient scrap of paper. What is this actually used for? Perhaps like you should just play on the playground. Oh, is this like a... It's a pad, you know? It's a, you know, female hygienic... Hygienic? It's a female hygienic product, I think, is what this is. You always see on the commercials all the time, you know, you pour some blue liquid on it, you know, it's always better than the other product. Anyway. I don't know, which one would be better, actually? I'll try tissues. Tissues work? I found some tissue. Would this work as a fabric? Thank you very much. Let's see. Paper fibers keep warm and well, and tissue doesn't crease easily. This is perfect. I think you can make a good outfit of this. I'll start right now. With this shape, I can put these edges together. Yes. Mara moves both his hands skillfully. The tissue starts to build up into a complex shape, as if he's folding an origami crane. Before I know it, the tissue has become a comfortable cape. It even has cute frills and a bow. Okay, just puts on the cape. What do you think? Wow, you're nimble with your fingers. You look cute in that, Maru. I appreciate it. I feel a bit warmer now, thanks to you. Would you like me to make make you something too, Rin? Maybe a scarf. With that petite face and lovely skin, I'm sure you'll look wonderful in anything you wear. Chiyo, what's she doing? Why is she gulping? I can feel a hungry gaze from the wall. What does that mean? Does Chiyo want another partner, or I don't know, anyway. I'm fine, thank you. I appreciate the offer. So, what do you think? Have you gotten used to this place? Yes, I think so. Though being shrunk so suddenly was a shock. SAEKO has been so kind. She told me she'd find a way to change me back, so I'm not too worried. And I was anxious at first since there are so many people here, but I think things will be fine. Since everyone here seems to get along really well. Do they always have like these like weird sex parties, or Well, as long as he's relaxed now, I guess. I feel strangely anxious as I leave Maru to his clothes making. I hear a sigh from near the wall that seems to be equal parts relief and dismay. Rin, are you free right now? I turn around in surprise at the voice from behind me. As expected, Chiyo stands there with a smile. What's with that serious look? Don't tell me you found somebody else to be your partner. No, but... Oh, Rin. There's something I haven't told you about your job as a supervisor. I don't want to tell you here, so could you come over to the wall? And we can continue where we left off if you like. Go ahead. Okay. Maru twists his way in embarrassment, and I head back to the center of the drawer. Chiyo says she wants to talk about my job as a supervisor. Honestly, I'm scared of hearing what she has to say, but I need to rack up the courage to go. Seems important. Hey, how are you doing? I was worried you'd be feeling down. But you seem full of energy. Your voice, your expression, everywhere but down there at least. It's called, what's the word? I forget the word. It's, refractionary period. You know, is that the right word? Anyway, the right term? I'm sorry to tease you. Don't frown like that. It's a good thing. So this might be hard, but I need to tell you about health. Health. Exactly. So some people are more energetic than others, right? And some days you're just more tired than normal. That's all part of health. You remember what I said about SAEKO raising us for her own purposes, right? She wants us all to be healthy. But little people whose health drops to 0 or under will pretty much stop moving. Like a puppet that had its strings cut out. And that's no fun for SAEKO, right? I guess not. Just keep an eye on everyone's health. Make sure nobody's health drops to 0 or worse. If it looks like somebody might lose all their health, you'll need to deal with them, and fast. You get what I'm saying, right? You're telling me to hand over little people with lower health to SAEKO, right? Or they'll have no use. Like how Tucky made Moko eat the peanut yesterday, since Moko had lower health than me. Exactly. I knew you were a smart one. Your head's still quick, even after all that moving your body did. I fall silent again in the face of Chiyo's smirk. I don't know how many times that's been today. Hey, you two got a minute? What is it, Kina? Don't mean to interrupt your fun, but something's up. Maru's acting weird. I tried talking to him, but he's not responding. Could you take a look, Rin? Kina calls out while I'm talking to Chiyo. Apparently something's off about Maru. I don't know the details, but I should check on him. Well, his health seems fine. There's hearts and there's appeal, I guess. He's at 15, the same as me. Can I give myself, appeal? Can I talk to you, though? Can I talk to Kina anyway? Weren't you listening? Maru's acting weird. Why are you talking to me? I heard you, but I thought I should learn more about the situation first. I guess that's true. Not that I know all the details or anything. Maru went into the corner, and now he won't even glance at me when I talk to him. Look. You didn't do anything, did you, Kina? Of course I didn't. I was busy trying to think of a way to get out of here when Maru started mumbling to himself over there. I went to ask him about it, but then he just started shuddering. Seems like he thinks I'm all scary, so go talk to him instead of me, Rin. Nobody could be afraid talking to a limp bean sprout like you. You could put it more nicely. Okay, so let's talk to Maru. Hi, Maru. Are you okay? Did something bad happen? Rin. No. I'm fine. Maru seems to be having trouble speaking. His feet tremble underneath him. But you don't look fine. You're shivering even with that cape on for warmth. What happened? I just remembered. Remembered what? A memory from my childhood that I've always wished I could forget. That's when I realized. Being shrunk and getting brought here, all of it was destiny. Destiny. Maru's words ring through my head. Could you tell me more about what you remembered? No! Sorry, I didn't mean to shout, but I can't tell anybody about this. I really can't explain, but this must be punishment for what I did in the past. Punishment? Yes, and I realized one more thing. Because of that, we will all be killed by SAEKO. I mean, you got that part right. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's just calm down. You're right. Chio, when did you get here? We should calm down. Aaron, isn't it about time to eat? SAEKO will probably be back soon. You don't have any time to waste. You need to choose who to feed, and I'm sure you'll make the right decision. I returned to the center of the drawer. I know what Chio said. I'm sure the SAEKO will kill us if I go against her will. But can I really do the job the supervisor as Chio's told me to? SAEKO will be back soon. I need to make my decision carefully. I need to make somebody with at least 50 appeal, while making sure nobody has 0 health. What should I do? Does it matter? Like what ingredients we use, I guess? I don't know. 5 health. How do I make the health better, actually? I don't know how to make health better. Because, you know, if I send in Maru, because he's gonna die soon anyway, as it looks like. His health doesn't look so good. But, I don't know. The only thing we really have is milk. A little saucer of milk has to be finished today. The share with the saucer makes me want to sit in it. Maru? Don't. You're making it all dirty. I mean, it's a hard choice. I don't want to kill anyone. But if I had to pick... I mean, obviously Kina... I mean, Kina obviously is meant to be this character that is really rude to you in the very beginning, so you always have a bad impression. But, like, at the same time, though, she's, like, the one most motivated to leave. So therefore, she might be more useful down the line if you want to escape, I guess. This is kind of, like, probably what you want. Tomorrow doesn't seem to be all that useful from a very objective, like, cold, you know, like, point of view. And it looks like he's gonna die soon anyway. I don't know. So probably you just want to send him to die, you know? But then again, he did say he remembered something. So that could be, I mean, from a narrative perspective, that could be important, because if he remembers more of what he was saying, that could be a clue to maybe find a way out of this scenario, or like figure out like why we shrunk in the first place. I don't know. It could also just be like trauma though. Like he just remembers like, oh, the time I got bullied or whatever, and it's like, I deserve to die or something like that. And it doesn't matter. I don't know. I mean, either way though, even escaping is hopeful though. Because obviously I don't know where the narrative is going to go, necessarily, but we're looking chapter 1, so we're probably not going to escape anytime soon, from like a meta perspective, you know? It's like, even though Kina's the one that most likely wants to leave, like, I don't know, like, she's probably not going to get her wish, likely. I don't know, it's a hard choice. I can't choose. I don't know. I feel like the game wants to kill Maru, though. Milk. You want this hair tie? What are you doing? SAEKO want another little person of high appeal today. You need to feed something to satisfy SAEKO. Don't waver. Okay. I was just thinking, like, how do I increase his health back up? I don't know. Anyway. I'm gonna choose Kina. And try to save Maru, though he might die anyway the next day, so this might be the worst possible choice, but... Only because I can't do her voice justice, so I might as well kill her early, right? And anyway, here's some milk. Hopefully you're not lactose intolerant, because I am. I was also wondering, can I give it to myself? How do I give it to myself? Can I drink some milk? I guess not, it doesn't matter. Okay, here you go. Here you go, Kina. If I gave it to Maru, would it matter? 35 plus 20, it would be 55. So yeah, either way. Basically, you're choosing who's gonna die. Oh, here you go, Kina. Here's some milk. Huh? What are you bringing me milk for? Trying to be nice? I don't actually like milk, though. Yeah, trying to be nice. I can hear my heart thumping. You might not like the taste, but could you drink it all for me? To keep up your health. Fine, I'll give it a go. Health's important, like you say. Kina bends down over the rim of the plate and brings her head closer to the milk inside. Nom, nom, nom. Like a freaking cat. She laps up the liquid within her tongue, like a cat would. This pose is really embarrassing for me. Could you at least look the other way while I'm drinking? Sorry. I turn my face down and away, just as I was told, but I look up when I notice a strange presence. I find Maru standing there, his face grim. Maru, what's wrong? Why do you look like that? Milk. I knew it. This is a punishment. SAEKO's gonna kill all of us. Maru's voice is almost too quiet to hear. His whole body shakes violently. Even after I call out to him, he just shakes his head slightly. His lips keep moving as he mumbles. Well, that doesn't look good. His health is like going down, down, down. But like it's not physical health, it seems like it's more like mental health, really. I don't know what to do. Just as I approach Maru to try to shake him out of it, a low, muffled vibration reverberates from a distance, the sound of heavy footsteps. There's no mistaking it. SAEKO has returned to her room. SAEKO walks through the room with even breaths. Every step she takes shakes the drawer like an earthquake, each tremor growing larger and more violent than the last. Soon, they become too strong for me to stand. I find myself crouching on the floor. Next, I hear the creak of something moving. Then a tremendous commotion that shakes the whole room. As the room we're in, the second drawer of a desk is pried open by SAEKO's fingers. Welcome back, SAEKO! Hello. Hello, cute little people. Were you good today while I was away? Sorry I'm late today. I took a little detour before coming back. But the wind was strong, so now I'm cold. And just a bit hungry. Could I have another one of you today? As a treat. He licks her lips. SAEKO's hand comes down to the drawer. Her unthinkably large fingers fill our vision. Is it the same dialogue? Seems the same. Oh, they water for just a moment as if carefully making a decision. And then they stop right in front of Kina's body. Well, Kina, you want to escape the drawer, right? You're still gonna... You're gonna die, but at least you're out of the drawer, you got your wish. What? Let me go. Her gigantic fingers wrap around Kina's tiny arms and legs and carry her up into the sky. Nope. I guess she doesn't chew. She just swallows. Seems, I mean, where's the... I was gonna say, like, imagine just swallowing your food, you know? I mean, I guess some people have to do that because of, like, maybe some kind of issue, but, like, generally speaking, you don't just swallow your food, you know? You need to chew. Anyway, Yum. Rin. What's up with him? I look where SAEKO is pointing and see Maru, whose expression is lifeless as he stares out at nothing. Everyone's gonna die. We'll all be killed. He's useless to me like this. Rin, I need my dear little people to be full of energy. If you can't even do this much, then I don't need you in my world. Ah! Game over. Okay, so the game is this. It's a bad ending. Okay, so I think this is why, because I read the reviews, and people do say that it is a little bit linear. So no matter what, you do end up in a situation like where there is a right choice. There's a right and wrong choice, I guess. So it's less of a long-term like choices matter kind of game. It's more so that you're trying to avoid bad endings. I mean, I don't know, that's fine. I mean, so far it's fine. I have to see play the whole game to see whether or not that's a bad thing or not. But I mean, that's not different from a lot of other types of horror games, horror anime games. For the most part, it's not. I guess this is because of the UI seems to imply that you have to keep track of all the numbers, but really it's not that complicated. It seems like you pick one or the other, and that's kind of it. Anyway, so I feel like the way it should be presented, it should be more presented like a puzzle. It should be more like a puzzle type mechanic instead of instead of a, how do you say, a Tamagotchi, because that's what it reminds me of, like a Tamagotchi. You have to feed people, whatever. That's the situation thematically, but really it's not that. It's more so like a puzzle. You have to pick the right person in the right scenario. If you don't do it, you get a game over or whatever, right? So it's more like that. So in that case, it should be like multiple. I mean, maybe we see that in the later chapters, but it should be multiple items, and you gotta do the math, you give this item this person, and then you give that item to that person, and you gotta make sure they gotta reach the right numbers, Then it would be more like a puzzle, and where that it's more obvious that that's the purpose, the goal, more so than taking care of people. Anyway, here's some milk, Maru. Maybe you feel better. Either way, you're gonna die, so... Maru, are you thirsty? I brought a drink. What is this? Milk? Yes. There was some milk in the drawer. Do you want it? Should I really be the one to drink this? Yes, I'd like you to drink this, Maru, if you can. I can hear my heart thumping. Okay. Maru bends down over the rim of the plate and timidly peers inside. Then he makes a small nod, as if he's drawn up his resolve. Lick, 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 like a freaking cat. And laps up the liquid within his tongue like a cat. As Maru drinks, his trembling worsens. The eyes he had closed are now wide open. I knew it. What? This is no coincidence. Everyone's going to be killed, all because of me. It's exactly like it was in my old memory. What do you keep yapping about? Stop talking about us getting killed. It's bad luck. I guess I need to explain. It's embarrassing, but please prepare yourselves. We're gonna die here, covered in pee. Pee. We'll be thrown into an ocean of yellow and drown. What? Pee? I know it's embarrassing and awful, but it's gonna happen. It's punishment for what I did in the past. When I was in elementary school, I drank a lot of milk. I think a cold was going around, so there was extra milk left over at the lunch. I used to love milk, so I drank a ton of it, but then on the way home, I just couldn't hold it in. And I ran to the bushes and did my business. I held it in as long as I could. It kept coming out. I couldn't stop it. I was worried if I get my feet wet, so I looked at the ground, and it turned into a little river, flowing down toward an anthill. This is a weird story. The liquid just swirled right into the hole, like the drain in the bathtub. And then I start using it as a target. I can't make any excuses for what I did. I think it was just entertainment for me. Finally, the hole filled up, and the dirt collapsed to form a lake. Before I noticed, a puddle had formed, and little bubbles started rising along what looked like white ant eggs. That's when I realized I'd stolen the lives of a whole nest of insects and enjoyed it like a game. Ever since then, I haven't been able to drink milk. It grew to hate violence. Whenever the memory comes back to me, I'm filled with regret. But I've forgotten recently, and now I've been shrunk. First I thought it was just a coincidence, but now I know. This is my punishment, because I've forgotten my past sin. I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. Maru starts sniffling. Just as I begin to wonder about how I should comfort him with his weird, like, pee trauma, I guess. A low muffled vibration reverberates from a distance. It's not a heavy buzz. It's the same thing. There's no mistaken. SAEKO's returned to her home. She walks around with her breasts. It's like an earthquake. Blah, 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 blah. She pulls out the drawer. And then she pulls down her pants. Starts pissing in the drawer. No, it's disgusting. I don't know. But that's according to Maru, that's what's gonna happen apparently. Hello, cute little people. Sorry I was late. The wind was strong, but now I'm famished. I'm peckish. Time to eat. Num num num. Comes down to the drawer, and then she makes a decision. Then they stop right in front of Maru's body. Ah! Stop! Please, SAEKO, please reconsider. Don't, fill my... I don't know, anyway. Something to do with pissing, I guess. I don't know. I'm gonna do some kind of weird joke about pissing. Like, please don't, like, just pee in my mouth, I guess. I don't know. But not just that, but also, like, not just the mouth, though. I was thinking, like, it's just not the mouth, though. It's just, don't be, like, don't put me in a jar and, like, fill it up with piss, and as I drown, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. That's according to Maru. That's just gonna happen. Okay? I'm just repeating what Maru said. Anyway. I know the truth. You're planning on killing all of us. I mean, he's partly right. Not about the pissing part, though. But he's partly right that you're just gonna kill everyone anyway. You trapped us in this small place so that you can pee on top of us. And we'll all drown to death, stuck in this drawer. It's a lot of piss, A lot of piss to fill up a drawer. I'm sorry for what I did before, so please don't be so cruel. Huh? Wait, this isn't what I... No, stop! I'm not into that. I have a different fetish. Ah, okay. Well, piss his pants. Ew. That's more gross. I mean, the vor is already gross, but now it's double gross. He pisses pants. I mean, I guess either way, when you eat someone alive, they probably do have a bunch of shit, and piss in their body, right? In their freaking bladder, and they're like... Actually, what's the organ that, like... I mean, I guess large intestines... Or whatever, the organ that stores poop, I guess. Like, well, it's a whole process, but Anyway. He was so full of energy and fun. Full of piss and vinegar. Is that the term? And that taste. A hidden flavor than a soft interior. Ew. What the fuck? Just scrumptious. Hey, Rin. You did wonderful today. I can tell you were really trying. Good job. Let's talk again later. Great. I guess the PP adds flavor. I don't know, I'm just thinking about I mean... It's not the same thing, but like, I do remember when I was like in elementary school. I think it's elementary school. I also had a piss-related incident. It's not exactly the same thing. But I did, when I was a really young kid, I did piss my pants. I mean, it's a common thing. I think it was at recess time or something. And I don't know, I'm just dumb, I guess, but like... like in school, your life is very structured, right? And so during recess time, there was no washroom, right? I mean, as far as I can tell, usually you would like raise your hand and be like, teacher, can I go to the washroom or whatever? No, I don't really remember much from my elementary school days. I don't know if you had to do that or like, I don't know, but it was during recess time when there weren't teachers around, for the most part anyway. I mean, I guess there's some supervisors, I guess, but for the most part, there wasn't we weren't in a classroom or anything. It was just kids running around a big playground. But I had to go to the washroom, but like there was no teacher to talk to be like, hey, I need to go to the washroom. So I just kind of held it in the whole time, at least as far as I remember anyway. And I accidentally just pissed my pants. So that's the thing that happened. And this is a kind of embarrassing story, but it's whatever. I was young. I was a child. And also dumb. So It's a bad combination, but I guess most kids are kind of dumb. But that's my thing, right? Like, so I wanted to wait until after recess to go to the washroom, but I couldn't, you know? All I'm saying is that it's the school's fault for not having designated place to like ask to go to the washroom, I guess. I mean, these days as an adult, even as a teenager though, I remember like the teacher had a hold on, what do you think the time is? I don't know. Don't hurt yourself coming up with an answer. Sorry. I was gonna say, like, as a teenager, I remember the teacher even had like a whole lecture, or not like a lecture as a lesson, but like just a whole like the whole how do you say? Just think about something it's not recently. Yeah. I'm gonna get interrupted by SAEKO's monologuing, but I guess I'll come back to that thought later. But for now, I gotta focus on SAEKO. The geometry space-time, the second law of thermodynamics. I see, so desu ka. You're so smart, SAEKO. You must be a genius. You're so noisy. Do you think you can just say anything you want? Sorry. Okay, here you go, see? So, at first she wants you to talk and respond, and now she thinks you're too noisy because you respond too much. Come on. So now you just have to, like, say nothing, apparently. See? What do you want, woman? Giant woman that eats people. Anyway, law of thermodynamics, but the past is the past. Memory is memory, don't you agree? Sure. I'll say yes. You know, when she asks a question, I guess you should respond. More like a rhetorical question, really. Hey. Do you have memories you want to forget too? Sure. That's odd. What's odd? Since you've lost all your memories. Okay, well, apparently that's a contradiction. Can't say that. Oh, are you lying? Are you actually hiding something from me? No. No, SAEKO, I'm totally not lying. I thought you meant generally. Like the memory of you eating the people from yesterday, you know? Just kidding. Okay. Nobody's memories are all good. Sometimes, a thought comes to me. You have thoughts in your head? Color me surprised. You know how you delete messages on your phone with a button? Do you? I wish I could get rid of my own memories as easily as that. Yeah, so I was just thinking like text messages on your phone. Actually, I never do, actually. I don't know. Like a thing you have to do? I'm not sure. I just kind of, it's just there, you know? Maybe I could be reborn as something else then. Yeah, I'll say yeah. You sound confident. I'll keep that in mind, since you've experienced amnesia yourself and all. Okay. Convenient story amnesia? Or is it like, it's ambiguous whether she's the one that took our memories away. Because not only did she shrink us, she also has the power to like erase our memories. I don't know. It's like a thing she can do or what? Anyway, I'm a little sleepy now. Let's call it a day. Rin, you should get some sleep too. Thanks. Thank you, SAEKO. Thank you for the talk. the one-sided conversation where I contribute nothing other than agreeing with you. It's like an analogy for like a toxic relationship where I don't have any of the, any of the power in the relationship. Is actually a very, the dynamic is very abusive. But anyway, I was gonna finish my thought though. So continuing my P story, but it's like a really just a tangent of the P story. I remember as a teenager, like a conversation, right? Or not, I don't know what the word is, but like, the teacher, addressed the whole class basically at some point in high school. Was it high school or middle school? I can't remember, but like basically he said like, you're all adults now, you can take care of yourself. You don't need to like raise your hand to like go ask to go to the washroom anymore. If you need to go to the washroom, just stand up and go, in the middle of the lesson. Like, I'm not responsible for you, basically. I don't know if it is like common in all the other schools, but in the school that I was, yeah, that's basically the policy, right? You didn't need to like ask every time. You just go. There's no hall pass or anything. Because I see it all the time in media, right? You need to like, raise your hand. You get permission to leave, remember for some, I don't know, it's a very cliche scenario. I feel like it comes up a lot. I don't know how often it does come up in real life, but like, when you say like, can I go to the washroom, and the teacher's like, may you go to the washroom, right? And they correct you and say, not can you go, may you go, which either way is fine really, but though yeah, I never had that happen to me though, because it was really only in elementary, and maybe it was, I can't remember, it was middle school. I think it was middle school, I guess, is when you're expected to like, that was the rule, right? You have to ask for permission before you leave. But in high school, when you're a teenager and stuff, it's like nobody cares anymore. Nobody gives a shit, so you just go. Doesn't matter. If you're gonna skip class, that's like your own, what's the word? It's your own desire, I guess. Or, I don't know if that's the right word. It's your own decision, I guess. It's your own prerogative. Yeah, that's the word. I think that's the right word. Is that the right word? Prerogative? Anyway. But it doesn't matter, right? But I also remember like sometimes people bring up stories of when people go to university, and then they're like, they raise their hand in the big lecture hall. It's like, teacher, can I go to the washroom? And it's like, at that point in university or college, you don't need to do that anymore. When you're a full grown ass adult, you don't need to do that. But I feel like that is kind of ingrained, I feel like, depending on the school you've been to, I feel like that is sometimes a rule where you have to like ask for permission to go to the washroom. That's just not a thing anymore in real life. After like high school, it's like you don't do that at the very least. You just go. Anyway. Did I save? I'll save again just in case. I guess it was this one, right? Yeah. I think I already saved, but I'll save again. Alright. So enough about P. It's about 2 hours. So, I'm probably gonna take a quick break. So far, yeah, it's interesting so far. I like it. I like the art style and everything. I like the sinister, I guess, backdrop. Is that the right word? But, the whole SAEKO thing is interesting. She feels less of a character and more like a monster. I mean, she is, but like, she's like this, like, force of nature, I guess, that provides the general like tension in the story, I feel like. But really the story is about more so interacting with the characters in the drawer, I feel like, SAEKO herself is not really like, even though ironically it's called a dating sim and everything, it's like she's not really like the target, she's more like a antagonist, that's just kind of there, and then you're supposed to be like in fear of her, that's the point. But anyway, so far I like it. It's a unique concept and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna go grab a snack, go to the washroom, as I said before, I'm gonna go to the washroom, and make sure I don't piss my pants. And I'll be right back after a few minutes to continue playing this game. BRB. Alrighty. Let's continue playing the game. Another one of these little intermissions. So let's check it out. Anything new? Another chapter of Cola Float. Does this matter? I feel like I don't know. I mean, it's supposed to be again like a parody, but definitely not super related to the story. I'm assuming it's just like a little side thing. But fine, I'll read it. What's this? Anyway, so this is the next chapter of seemingly some kind of just very like generic rom-com. I guess specifically the shoujo genre, you know, because obviously the protagonist is a girl, so... Anyway. Aika, what's wrong? It was lunchtime. Chiro called out to Aika in the usual corner of the classroom. Mary stood next to her, looking worried. Or is it Mari? Mari. This is Japanese, you know. It should be Mari. Chihiro, Ayaka, Mari. Chihiro and Mari had been Ayaka's friends for a long time. The three of them got along really well, but they all had different tastes in boys, and are usually just generic side characters that don't have any kind of personality unless they get caught up in the drama of like a love triangle or something, where they vie for the interest of their favorite, like, you know, male, like, I forget the word, but like, you know, the main, like, romanceable target, I guess. The main characters, I guess. I don't know what you call it. I think there's a term for it, right? I always forget what it is. Anyway. But they have different tastes in boys, which means we never fall for the same guy. It's great. Okay, well, I guess that won't happen, maybe. But today, both of them were worried. Of course they were. Aika had her head in the clouds ever since getting to school. Chihiro, look at her. Yep, that must be it. The two of them nodded. They were sure of it. The reason Aika's like this was because of love trouble. Aika, what happened? Well, on the way to school, I ran into a delinquent. Aika started speaking. Then a boy helped me out. Wow! Musical note emojis. Was he cool? Aika's face went red. Chihiro and Mari nodded when they saw it. He was super cool, and he even rode a motorcycle. There was a motorcycle? I don't remember that being in the scene in the previous chapter. But he did. The boy who saved her this morning had been riding a black motorcycle. And he even rode together with me to the school. Okay, I guess that must have happened off screen, you know, we didn't see that part. And they're like, Nani? Chihiro and Mari looked at each other and shrieked. How could they not? It's dangerous. Well, he said that as he lent her a helmet that really made Ayaka's heart skip a beat. Oh, okay. Oh, he said that. Okay, I was confused. Like, did the Chihiro and Mari say that? No, he said that. He's like, it's dangerous. You know, he's like cool voice. He's like, it's dangerous to go alone. Here, have this. You know, give her a sword. Anyway, the strength left her arms and she rested on her face on the cold desk. I want to meet him again, but you know, Ayaka, somebody's asking for you. Just then, a girl in the same class who was sitting by the hallway called out to her. Who could it be? Aika still wanted to talk, but she just decided to go into the hall for now, and then right there, the boy from this morning. Also, hello, by the way. Also, you said have a nice days? Days? Plural? That's kind of strange. And usually when you say I have a nice day, that usually means you're leaving. In English anyway, so I don't know if you're a native English speaker, but when you say have a nice day, that usually means goodbye. I think so. I'm pretty sure in most contexts. Anyway, it was the boy with the motorcycle. He was waiting in the hallway for Ayaka. Why? Why? It's obvious. You forgot this. The boy had something in one hand. It was Ayaka's bento. Oh, bento. Sorry. Right, she completely forgotten. He held onto the lunchbox for her since it'd be dangerous to ride together on a motorcycle otherwise. Is there any payoff to this? Like, I'm just thinking, is like, what? I don't know. I get it. It's like I get it's a parody. Is there any point in reading all this? Like, I can't though. I can't not read this. I can't not read this. You know, double negative, because then I feel like I'm missing out on something. You know, like bonus content in the game. Anyway, dang, you're really clumsy, aren't you? First the accident this morning, and now this. He was pretty harsh. Ayaka didn't hate it for some reason. I wonder why. Just be a bit more careful. After saying that, he took one step towards Ayaka and smooched. What? Pressed his lips against Ayaka's cheek. What? I mean, in any other context, this would be again sexual harassment. But like, it's a romance novel, so it's fine, I guess. Ayaka was completely frozen. Her heart was pounding a mile limit. I like girls like you. Don't scare me too much. Wait, before we go, could you tell me your name? Sure, it's Ryuto. Ryuto. Could you tell me your email address? In the corner of the hallway, they share the contact info over the cell phone. There, right in the contacts list. Then the tall Ryuto seemed to know something off in the distance. Sorry, I gotta go. Catch you later, Ayaka. By the way, that's my cool guy voice. I don't know. That's what I imagine a cool guy would sound like. It's like, yeah, I'm so mysterious. Yeah, I'm so cool. I put on my sunglasses. He raised one hand and walked off, turning his wide back toward Ayaka. Of course, tall and has a wide back. Apparently, Ayaka's knees almost buckled under her. Did something really incredible just happen? Okay, and that's it. The second chapter. Because we have to wait for chapter 3. When the zombies come out, you know. When everyone turns to a zombie, then they attack. I literally read like I think a manhwa exactly about that, actually. I forget what it was called. What was the name? I mentioned it before, but it was a long time ago now. It was like a manhwa, you know, started off as like a typical like shoujo romance, just like that, right? Just like this, you know, me and my boyfriend, we hang out all the time. We're not even boyfriend. It was like the whole point of most of romance is like they're not even in a relationship yet, but you know, I think so anyway. But you know, it started off like that as well, but then zombies attacked. You know, suddenly there were zombies. By the way. It was like this. The premise I didn't like as well because it was like it was like an isekai. It's like apparently it was like isekai. It was like the character knew that they were in like a perfect shoujo story or whatever, so they manipulated, all the characters and the events to be in her favor and all that. That was the premise anyway. But then the twist is that suddenly zombies. You know, suddenly there were zombies everywhere, and then her main romance person or whatever, the guy, also turned into a zombie. And then, spoilers, but like it's like very early spoilers, she dies, but then Groundhog Day, you know, like time loop starts all over again, and then she's trying to escape this whole like zombie apocalypse, knowing that she has like meta knowledge of like the world somehow. And yeah, I don't know, it's very complicated. Or not complicated, what's the word? Like the word is I can't think of the word right now. But, you know, like it has like a lot of elements. Convoluted, right? That's the word I think. Convoluted, right? It just has so many elements put all at once. It's like you have like a stew, you know, and then you just put random ingredients in it, you know, just because. Yeah, convoluted. Hello, Michael Lee, by the way. Let me think about it. What was the? I can. Let me see. I want to look it up actually. Is it on my Annie list? Also, by the way, even though I'm actually alt tab, but like the game is still tracking my my mouse in the game. How do I filter? I don't know. Should I even show this? Hopefully it doesn't leak anything. But I have an Annie list. I used to have a My Anime list. At some point, I switched to this website because I heard some rumors that My Anime list like was bad or something. But I guess I don't know. Everybody's still using My Anime list though, so it doesn't matter. You know, These are all the manga I've... Maybe not complete, because I didn't complete all of these. Oh, I mean, these are ones I completed, but you know. Alright, see ya, him. Your translation is a little off, though, I feel like. Are you the same person I talked to? Well, maybe not, actually. You should definitely get a grammar checker. Because the sentence you wrote in English is very confusing. But I think I understand. You're just leaving, I guess. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I wish you would stay if you're gonna be chatting, but I guess, I mean, that's, people can do whatever they want, I guess. But, well, okay, hold on. First things first. I wanted to find the manga that I was talking about. I think it was a manhwa, though, which is to say Korean manga, really. It just means Korean manga. Where is it? Is it in any of these that I read? And hopefully this doesn't like reveal anything about me or all the manga that I read. I mean, I don't know, I'm not particularly embarrassed by any of these, but you know, some of them are quite extreme, I gotta say. Some of them I didn't like, you know, some of them I read, I didn't like it, you know. So not all of these I like, necessarily. Might not be here. Or maybe it's not available. Maybe it wasn't like an entry. I don't know, I could just try Googling it. You know, it's like, what's it? Manga about a girl who's in a romance story that she's aware of, but then zombies appear and she dies, but then the twist is that she's in a time loop. No, Sankareya is about the zombie girl. That's not it. AI is wrong. This AI is wrong, by the way. Mature content. This should be fine, right? This isn't anything explicit. Yeah, this one, right. Surviving Romance. That's what it was. I guess it's a webtoon? I mean, what's the difference? A webtoon, isn't a webtoon like also a manhwa? Or is it just a manga? I don't know, I can't tell actually. Surviving Romance. It was this one. Can I switch it here somehow? I guess it's under a different name. Is it this one? Surviving Romance. I don't know, it's a different name obviously. But yeah, it was this one, right. I completed it and everything. It was Surviving Romance. It was this one. You can't read the whole thing here because you had to pay for it or something, but yeah, I mean, basically what I was referring to, it was this whole thing, you know. Again, it's like she's in this typical shoujo like romance story. I mean, it says right here, right? She becomes the protagonist of a romance novel, yay! But then there's a twist. Whoa, zombies! Basically, spoilers. Again, it's a very early spoiler, and the whole story is all about that, you know. Really, the main meat of the story is about the whole zombie thing and the time loop thing, zombie time loop thing. Like they established that really early on, so I don't think it's that big of a spoiler, really, because you know, that's kind of like the setup, really. I mean, it says right here, turning into a zombie horror. Does it? I don't know. Did it say zombie? It doesn't say zombie here, but. That's still in the freaking weird Google description. But anyway. That's... How did I get on this topic? I don't remember, but something in the game. Oh yeah, the little story, you know? Like the little story they had, that's what that reminds me of, right? The whole like cliche, like shoujo romance novel story. That's what it reminds me of. Surviving Romance. And overall, I mean, I liked some of it. The premise I actually wasn't really into, but I kept reading it because the art was good. And it was like, you know, building up towards something. So I liked most of it, but like, I gotta say, I mean, people always say this for every manga, you know, but the ending was, not something I loved, you know? And I didn't like the ending. You know, I feel like that's a lot of manga. That's a lot of stories. It's always like, the story is like great, but then the ending kind of sucks. I mean, even this person says right here, in the capture. Disappointed the finale of Surviving Romance. Anyway, the game is still like capturing my inputs. Anyway, I was gonna say though, grammar check. Right, I'll do grammar check. Does this work? I don't know. This is the first result. And I don't want to like... I mean, they've already left, right? So it's fine. But like, I was just gonna say, you gotta use your grammar check. I mean, this part is fine. Yeah, I'm literally leaving. I mean, that's fine. I'll just put that away. But the rest of it is wrong. Or not wrong, but like, it's confusing. Like, I'm just want to supporting you. This reason I'm writing, now I'm going good care of yourself. Like, you can't just use machine translation. I'm sorry, but you can't just use machine translation. You also gotta check the grammar. Now, I don't know if this would work. Hold on. I don't leak anything. Hold on. I don't make sure it doesn't leak anything. It doesn't fix it. Yeah, it just says like what's wrong with it, you know, and it tells you to freaking download Grammarly. There's gotta be like a thing, right? Where is it? I did find something that does actually fix that. How about this one? Does this do anything? Yeah, okay. I mean, this helps. I don't know if it helps that much, but... Okay, so here you go. Again, the person who left this message is probably long gone, but this is for any new people who might somehow find this particular spot in the VOD, because this happened a few times already. So I don't know if this is helpful, but I'm gonna talk about it anyway. But like, a few people have come into my chat and it's clear they're using some kind of machine translation. They don't speak English natively and they just kind of like translate the native language and into English and they just post it in chat. I mean, that's fine, but you gotta put a little bit more effort because the grammar is not great. You have to check the grammar too. So for example, I'm just wanting to support you. No, it's I just want to support you. This is the reason. Of course, you have to do a sign up for free or whatever, but you know. Can I like go back? Let me just do that then in that case. Let me just go here. So it says, I just want to support you. This is the reason I'm writing. You know, now I'm going, capital by the way, you can put capitals on your eyes when you're referring to pronouns, and then take good care of yourself. You know? This is correct grammar. This is what I want to see. Okay? I don't know. I don't know if this will be helpful to anyone. Maybe nobody cares, but like, it's not like I'm gonna, anyone who ever comes to my stream, like I'm gonna point to this like specific clip in the stream, but like, I don't know. It's like, I just want to see this, okay? You can't just translate one-to-one. It's not there yet. You can't do that yet. We don't have that universal like language translator device in like sci-fi, you know, movies or whatever. You have to check the grammar too. Oh, hello, him. You're still here? Well, hopefully you're not... I'm not trying to roast you or anything. I'm just saying, like, from my perspective, it's a little bit hard to understand. Including this. I'm shamed? No. It's I'm ashamed. Not I'm shamed, I'm ashamed. I don't know. It's like, I don't know what else to say. Either, like, put in more effort to, like, use a grammar checker, or, like, you know... Again, you don't have to chat. Chatting is optional, actually. At least for me anyway, in my stream, you don't have to chat if you don't want to, or if you don't feel the need to, but if you do, you have to put in effort, because otherwise, if you put in like an incomplete sentence or something that doesn't grammatically make sense, it just kind of confuses me, and like I don't understand what the person is saying, you know. And I just think about like, again, it's not a big deal, but like, what if people come in from the VOD later in the future and they look back at the message and they're confused too, you know? It's confusing all the way down. So it's just something to consider. Again, I'm not trying to be mean, hopefully. Like, I don't want to be mean, but like, yeah, it's just, you know, you gotta put in more effort. You know, make sure that the person who reads your message understands you. And I say this not even with people who don't, like people who even speak English perfectly. Sometimes they're lazy actually, and they don't spell everything out correctly, or there's a bunch of typos and things like that. That's what I don't like, because when you communicate towards another human being, and sorry, this is a whole tangent by the way, like when you communicate to another human being, especially online through text only, by the way, you know, you have to make an effort to make sure the other person understands you. That's the whole point of communication. If you don't put in that effort, then what's the point of communicating, you know? Anyway, that's my rant. Because I feel like, again, sometimes people just kind of leave messages online and they kind of don't care that there's like a bunch of spelling errors and like typos and like, you know, like, and then someone complains, is like, no, I don't understand what you're saying. You're like, well, get wrecked. whatever, not my fault. Like, what do you mean? Why do you type out a message? I don't mean just in chat, I mean like in forums, you know, in Reddit or whatever, social media, you know, just in general. Like people just write a message and they just assume that everyone will understand them. Like, it's like, what do you mean? That's not how that works. Anyway. But no, enough of this tangent. And again, hopefully I'm not being too mean. But yeah, it's just my expectation, you know. I want people to, you know, I want people to make an effort when you're trying to communicate to people. That's what I want to do, you know. That's what I like to do as well, you know. I want that how do you say, that effort, I guess. It shows that you care, you know. Anyway, let's continue reading the news, you know, because we haven't really actually progressed the story. That was all just that was just a tangent that came from just reading the freaking like second chapter of that really cliche romance novel. Let's read the news. NKK News, by the way. Did it say? Oh, I thought it said NHK News, but is it a parody maybe, or NKK News? Is that a real thing actually, or is it always NKK News? I thought it was NHK News, because NHK News is a real thing, I think. NHK is like a news station, I think. News channel in Japan. Anyway. Salmon population down 70% due to beta-noxinous pollution. That's not great. I love salmon though. Salmon is delicious. The US research team reports that salmon populations in the western US have declined by 70% due to severe beta-noxinous pollution. The UN expressed serious concern last month over the environmental impact of pollutants, including beta-noxinous. What is beta-noxinous? I mean, I'm assuming this is made up? This is not real, right? This has to be somehow connected, like it's like backstory for the game, right? Probably something to do with the whole like shrinking thing somehow, I don't know. Possibly? Or is that like a real thing? I don't know. Giants in a row with no weak points. Giants, get it? It's like a pun because of the whole giantess thing. But Giants is in the sports team, I guess. Giants in second in the Central League trounced Chunichi in third 3-0, closing their gap with Hanshin first to the only one game. Former pro baseball player Kakiyama commented, "The Giants right now have no weak points. Nobody can stop them. A victory from behind is definitely possible, even with only a few games left." Okay, well that's just a pun, you know, the whole Giants thing. School kids enjoy cream puffs in school lunches. In Sakahama, Kanagawa, school children enjoyed the cream puffs that were included in school lunches at all the public elementary schools on the 5th. Sakahama is known as where cream puffs first came to Japan. In recent years, the town has held community events like cream puff eating contests. Okay, cream puffs. I wonder if that has any bearing for anything else later in the story involving cream puffs. I don't know, you can feed a cream puff to one of the characters, the humans. Okay, let's do this game. I feel like you probably get an achievement, right, for getting like a really high score. I don't know. Not if it matters, you know, it's just a little mini game, but whatever. Oh, come on. In the beginning it doesn't matter, but if you fail like one jump later on, it sucks. Yeah, I remember a good double jump. So this is important. Don't jump on the flower. Do not. Okay, take it slow. Ooh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, God. I didn't know if... damn it. I didn't know if I had to, like, go under or jump over. Because if I jump over, I might hit the rock, you know? I'll try again. Jump-oo. Jump, jump. Jump, jump. Okay. Okay. So I gotta remember the rock. This part is, like, a little iffy, though. Oh, come on! How am I supposed to... I don't know, unless I somehow bait the rock? Can you smell what the rock is cooking? Something like that. A wrestler? You know, all I remember about WWE, and The Rock specifically, is that there was like one scene that I saw on TV where he was like the milkman or something. I don't remember exactly. Oh, come on. I tried to like stay in there so that maybe I could somehow bait the rock and jump later, but I guess it hits you anyway. Whatever. I was just gonna say The Rock. All I remember is like for some reason I have like an old memory of watching on TV, and The Rock was like he was the milkman or something. Like it was like a thing. I think it was The Rock. And like he's like, I'm the milkman, and he like chugs a bunch of milk from the milk bottles, and like he splashes all around his body. I don't know. That's all I remember about The Rock, to be honest. Like when people think of The Rock, they think of like he's like an actor, right? I mean, he's in a lot of movies. I think like superhero movies or whatever. But that's all I think. I think about milk. You know, I don't think about him in like acting in movies. I think about him drowning himself in milk for some reason. And I didn't understand the context. Like, why was he doing that? I don't know. It's good for your bones, I guess. It's just crazy stuff in wrestling. Which ironically is called professional wrestling, but it's like it's not really wrestling, you know. I mean, it is. You know how there's a whole trend, I guess. Not really trend, but like, you know, in the old days, people debated, you know, WWE, that's not real wrestling, you know, whatever, it's fake. And yeah, of course it is. But like, I don't know, like, I wish it would be called something else, because professional would imply it's competitive, but it's not competitive wrestling. It's more so like a show. It's a wrestling show, is what it is. It's like the equivalent of like Power Rangers, you know, like live action Power Rangers, if that makes sense, you know, in Japan, except it's wrestling, you know, which is like its own thing, but. And it's probably some kind of like legal thing, but like it's so misleading. Why it shouldn't be called professional wrestling? It should be called like professional. Like, it should be called like wrestling shows or something, or wrestling dramas. You know, it's like it's really just a soap opera, wrestling, something like that. I don't know. But like wrestling, as in the actual sport, you know, that's a whole other thing. That's like not the same at all. It's very misleading because of the language. Anyway, so here is the next day. Maru is dead, along with his boy pants, I guess. But well, we live another day. Look around the drawer. A tall ceiling and windowless wood grain walls. Various items tower over me like art sculptures. I'm used to this scenery now, but something feels off. Is it because Maru's no longer here? Hey, Rin. Are you okay? Why do you keep looking around? Looking for a cute girl? That's not it. I was just thinking about Maru. Oh, the boy from yesterday. It makes sense he's in your mind. He was really interesting after all. Interesting? Sorry, I should have put it a different way. I sometimes look forward to seeing how the people here react to things. Maybe that's just me. Maybe. I recall how disturbed Maru had looked after drinking milk yesterday. I might have been here for too long. I feel like I'm used to it all now. People come and go. I don't think much of it now, but I must have cared more in the beginning. But now I just have sex. I guess I don't know. That's her personality. By the way, she just has sex. That's the only thing I understand from her at this point in time. She just fucks you. I guess that's it. I don't know, anyway. But you shouldn't stress out so much. Just enjoy making the choice. How could I enjoy? Of course, you shouldn't do anything to make SAEKO angry. But besides that, nothing's off limits. Responsibility? Guilt? No need for negative stuff like that. SAEKO's the one who told you to do this, and you're just following her orders, okay? Was that like a thing in, you know, World War II? Nazi Germany? Anyway, I look around the drawer, unsure what to say. Then I notice somebody that hadn't been here yesterday. There's someone new. Another person joined us today. I peer at her from afar. She seems ill at ease as she observes her surroundings. She looks troubled, Chio. Is it okay if I go check on her? What? You're going already? Oh, I guess you don't need my comforting embrace today. Memories of yesterday flood my mind and my face heats up. Which, by the way, the audience, you know, me, the player, we don't really know much about that. It's just kind of implied, you know, and alluded to by the other characters. That's still kind of wild. I don't know. But, I don't know, whatever. Oh, look at you getting all flustered. You're so young. I bet you want it every day. You don't need to hold back. Jump right into my arms. I turn on my heels and walk away from Chio. I hear her shouting from behind me, telling me to stop. A new little person has taken Maru's place in the drawer. I'm conflicted about it, but I should at least say hi. She looks troubled. I walk away. I leave her. Reject. Reject sex. Embrace. Talking to new strangers, I guess. I don't know. You know, a newcomer wears a suit and stands deep within the drawer. When I approach, she looks at me with a bright smile. Okay. Thank goodness. Huh? Alright, I should say hi first. Hi! I hate the dark. I was so worried that I got into some place I shouldn't have. But I feel better now that I know somebody else is here too. Nice to meet you. My name's Yui. By the way, what's yours if you don't mind me asking? I'm Rin. Nice to meet you. Rin, huh? Nice name. I know we just met, but could you help me out? There's something on my mind. Of course. What is it? I lost my phone. I had it in my work bag, but that's gone too. I didn't let the office know I'd be taking the day off, so I'm really worried. And there's my little Mr. Pet too. Mr. Pet? No, sorry, slip of the tongue. Don't worry about it. What do you mean, Mr. Pet? I mean, I understand if you're just referring to your pet, like just as a pet, but like, Mr. Pet? That seems to imply that it's not an animal. I don't know, anyway. No? Do you have a phone? I don't think so. I don't think anyone else has one either. Sorry, I can't help. Well, it's funny because in the intermissions, we hang out with SAEKO using her phone, you know? I guess that makes sense. I asked SAEKO last night, actually. When I got here, wanted her to call work for me. But she flat out refused. Told me the whole world was having reception issues, so no phones were working. Can you believe her? So I guess we're all little now. A world with no reception could be a thing. I still have the key box too. Everyone must be worried right now. Could I help you with anything else? I'm actually the supervisor of this drawer. Wow, the supervisor. Sounds pretty awesome. Help, huh? Oh, could you make me a phone? How does that work? Make a phone? Yep. Since there's no phone in this drawer, you can just make one for me. That'll help everyone out. You know, it's like Minecraft. You simply have to collect steel. And, I mean, how do you make, like, circuits, you know? I actually don't really know. Like, making, like, CPUs, you know, and chips, computer chips. How does that even work? I mean, I know, like, I think it's Taiwan, right? Taiwan is like a very like important place for making computer chips, and like this whole thing about the economy, you know, being interconnected, and that and all that. And that's why in COVID, you know, when COVID happened, you know, there was like a delay in computer chips. That's caused like a whole big thing of electronics. But you know, I don't know how you would make chips. Like, what is it made out of? You know, plastic. It looks plastically. You know, there's the green part and there's the wires. And anyway. But how am I supposed to do that? Well, you can just... No idea. But I bet you can figure it out, Rin. Come on, give it a go. Yui needs a phone to call work. She says we can try making one, but can we really do that with what we have here? Yeah, probably not. I can't imagine it being a thing, but... I'm gonna start off by punching trees. We got a pineapple, I guess. A cup. A paper cup in a stack. Oh, fresh water every day. Huh? It's almost empty. Should I have not taken a shower earlier? Oh, okay. She took a shower with... I was thinking, you know, do people take baths here? She used that as a bath. But all the water is gone now. We can't drink it. I mean, there's an iPod, I guess, but you can't really make calls of that, can you? Like, what do you mean? I don't understand. Pop, tissue, cup, pineapple, hair tie. I mean, you can kind of use the earphones, maybe? To talk to each other somehow? That's not really a phone, though. You can't really all work from that. I don't know. You want this iPod? How about an iPod? Maybe you can use the parts inside the machine to broadcast to the outside world. True. You're so smart, Rin. I knew I could count on you. But how do we hack it together? Machines, circuits, that's all a mystery to me. How about you, Rin? Me? I don't really know anything either. Oh, I guess hacking's out of the question. Can we make a phone in a more low-tech way? Okay, that's the right answer. It's the wrong answer. Wrong answer. You want this hair tie? You think you can make a phone with this? How? Sorry, I don't know. You're so young. Don't give up. Okay, basically, wrong. You know, you're wrong. You're just wrong, stupid. What about this top? I'm just guessing at this point. I have no idea. I was thinking like maybe using a string top and attach it to the cup somehow, but maybe make it like a paper phone. Paper cup phone? Okay, well maybe... Okay. I want this cup. What do you think about these cups? Oh, cups. And what do you want to do with these, Rin? Well, you know those tin can telephones? I thought we could use these cups like that as receivers. Cup phones. Oh. That makes sense. Rin, you're a genius. All we need to do is connect the receivers then. Go find us some string, Rin. I decided to make cup phones, so I just need string. I guess it's hair tie? Such a hair tie, SAEKO uses it when tying her hair up in her room. I bet I could find a good use for this. Her eyes are scary. What do you mean by that? You know, I have the... Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm right, but like I have a suspicion that she's a S&M mistress. You know, like ties people up and then she has a whip. I don't know. When she said Mr. Pet, I just think of because she's wearing a, like supposedly I think it's like an office uniform, right? So like I don't know. That's the first thing I think of somehow. That she does that. Like she's like a, you know, girl boss, you know? Anyway, I brought an elastic. Do you think it works as a string? Ooh, an elastic. I thought that might work too. It might not be the best idea. Why not? My little sister actually made one of these phones before for a school project, testing different cups and strings to see how well it can hear with them. And she said elastics just didn't work. Since they're so bouncy, the sound vibrations don't go through or something. But I bet you can find something better in here. Don't give up. Okay, that's funny. They mentioned can't use that, so I guess we'll use the top instead. What do you think about this top? We use the string. White string is connected to the handle of the top. It looks like we can take off the string if we untie the hard knot. Oh, true. Leave this to me. I'm good at this kind of thing. Like this. After saying that, Yui grabs the handle of the top with both hands. She puts her fingers between the knot and starts to unravel it. A few minutes later, she waves at me with a satisfied expression. See, I got the string off. And look, the tip of the top is pointy. I'll just use this to make holes in the cup. Push the string through. And there, we did it. Well, kind of what you... It didn't say there was like water in there before, but I guess... They already used the water, but don't we gonna need that water later? Like, apparently it's supposed to be refilled every day, so like... How are we gonna drink from the like water now? SAEKO doesn't have anything to pour it into. I don't know. Yui shows me the tool she made. 2 large paper cups with a string connecting them. Just like the cup phones I feel like I've seen in the past. Wow, then I'll hold this end. And I'll hold this one. We take each cup and step away from each other. As we do, the string that had been on the floor begins to rise. And when we reach the opposite ends of the drawer, the string became taut. It won't stretch any farther. Okay, if this works, we should be able to hear each other's voices. Hello? Can you hear my voice? I can hear you. Wow, it really worked. It did! I can't believe you can really make a phone with low-tech stuff like this. Now I just have to call my work and... See, I was like, you can't call your work, what do you mean? And... how dumb can you two get? Making phones with cups and string like brats on the playground. Gonna start a chat line next? Especially you, acting all dumb. Yeah, I'm talking about you. Don't blink those dumb eyes at me. Anybody with a brain can tell you're faking it. You obviously know a regular person can't just up and make a phone, but you pretend like you didn't to make that kid work for it. We don't have time to waste doing shit like this. And this way, we're gonna... Kino's mouth opens and closes like he wants to say something, but nothing comes out. What is it? First you yell at us, then you go quiet. I'm saying I'm acting dumb and pretending. Yui looks down. Her eyes glisten just a little wet. Sorry, Rin. I'm just gonna go over there. Yui's voice is faint. He walks off into the distance. That's not... Damn it. Why is this... That bitch. She knew I couldn't say anything, so she... Whatever. I wanted to say something to you, Rin. But I can't tell you in front of everyone else. There's no way around it. Come to the usual place. Where the two of us can really get into good talk with just the two of us. Kina finishes speaking, and briskly walks away from me. The drawer is silent once more. Kina fought with Yui after we finished making the cup phone. Kina wants to talk. I still can't do her voice. I don't know what her voice is supposed to be. Like, I want her to sound rough sounding, but also... I mean, to the best of my ability anyway, like, still sound feminine, but like, that's hard. It's kind of like opposite, you know? I can't really do that. I don't know. Anyway. Kina stands with her foot on the wall, and when she sees me, she lets out an unimpressed snort. So it was all a lie. The whole thing about us just happening to shrink, and that giant woman protecting us, I mean... The truth is that woman's just a pervert who shrunk us and took us home, right? Yeah. That seriously got me down. I haven't found a way out of here either. I get why you and that woman are fucking. Getting out's probably the best way to keep your spirits up here. Okay. They keep alluding to that, you know? Are we ever gonna get over that? I feel like we're never... It's gonna haunt us for the rest of this playthrough. But seriously, do you really think that stupid-looking office lady is a good person? Her name is Yui, right? I don't know if Yui's a good person or not, but she's definitely easier to talk to than Kina. Just gonna warn you, nobody in the world's beautiful both inside and out. So watch it. The cuter someone looks, the darker whatever the hell's in their heart is. Well, I mean, that's an anime thing, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like it's an anime trope. I like that anime trope, though. You know, I like it when it's like a cute anime girl, ooh, ooh, but then she fucking, stabs people when, you know, and it's insane. That's called a yandere, you know? That's actually... It's cliche, of course, but I like it. I don't know. I don't know, something about it to me is like, the contrast is interesting. Because, you know, when someone's like a scary monster and they kill people, it's like, you know, that's expected, you know? And when someone's like a cute anime girl and then they just do cute anime things the whole time, it's like, you know, that's also expected, you know? It's not interesting. I like it when there's a bit of contrast. You know, it's called Gap Moe, you know, or something? Or is it Moe Gap? Gap Moe? Anyway. You think so? I know so. And we have a good example of SAEKO, don't we? Listen, humans are born cruel. I'm not talking about the thing with Maru yesterday. So everybody stomps on ants for fun as a kid. I don't know why I say everybody. Anybody who says I didn't is just trying to look good. Somewhere inside them was a desire to stomp. I don't know about that. But people grow out of that, since the outside world tells us violence is super bad and not okay. But that impulse stays in our heads, and some people reveal that urge for violence in different ways. Screaming to metal music at max volume like an idiot, making people sign shitty long contracts. Contracts are all just like consent for BDSM, you know. Ever heard of Christian Grey? What are you talking about? Contracts are consent for BDSM? Huh? Christian Grey? Who? Who? Dare? Never. Figures. But being able to play pretend with violence is a good thing. Better than punching random people anyway. But for girls, especially ones born extremely pretty, these impulses have nowhere to go. Everyone who says girls are cute just thinks of them as dolls. Nobody actually thinks they're actual humans with wants and needs underneath that perfect skin. Everyone treats them like delicate flowers. Ridiculous, right? You say, as a cute anime girl, like you're all cute anime characters. Like, come on. At least, again, it's like this actually is like a what's the word? A pet peeve I have. Whenever a character is like not really considered like beautiful in the story, right? It's informed ugliness, but actually they're just drawn as the same as everybody else. They're just an anime girl, big anime eyes. Like, but come on, you know, like hello. Like it doesn't ring true, right? Or it doesn't have the same impact when Kina actually looks just as pretty as the other characters. So like, it's just complaining about cute people. I don't know. You're the same though. Come on. Anyway, and in the worst cases, people force them to be all pure and nice, even when there's not a drop of that inside them. Even when all they want to do is punch the wall and scream like any old pimple-faced teen. Anyway, I hate shit like that, so I ran away from home and said goodbye to all of it. Got a closet of an apartment, stuffed a drum set inside, even started a metal band. Made stupid double bass drum beats and sound like an idiot. Scared away any potential listeners and broke up in 2 years though. Okay. But if you're real pretty, like that giant woman, you look too much like a doll. Well, if people force you to be perfect and pure even in your everyday life, it makes complete sense there'd be some crazy ass impulses hidden deep inside you, right? Don't get me wrong, that doesn't mean I want to get eaten. I'm just saying. I get why that giant woman turned out the way she did, that's all. This isn't like me. All I want to do is scream at you to let out some steam. You escaped this time, punk. Kina leaves it at that, walks away quickly with her hand on her cheek. A moment after, somebody taps my shoulder from behind. You know, I was gonna say, you know, when Kina mentioned the whole, like, everyone is born cruel thing, I mean, that's like a philosophical debate, actually. I forget the names of the philosophers, but basically there's two, you know, hypothetical, I don't know if it's hypothetical, but like two general, like, philosophies when it comes to morality. Like, there's one where, like, everyone is born evil, and then we have to learn to not be evil through, like, society, right? We learn, you know, education, like, cultural, you know, circumstances and all that. But then there's the other one where basically everyone is born good, but then they get corrupted, actually. It's like the opposite. They get corrupted by like, how do you like that? Like, I don't know what you call it, but like, vices, I guess, you know? And that's why people turn out bad. And it's like, you know, it's got a philosophical debate whether or not one is more true than the other. And I don't know. It's like, could be either or, I guess. Michael, you looked it up, and Christian Grey is the guy from the infamous 50 Shades of Grey. Oh, 50 Shades, oh, really? 50 Shades of Grey. You know, I read a synopsis, actually, because I was curious. People made it like a meme for the longest time. You know, it was like this BDSM, like, erotica book or whatever. I think I read a synopsis, though, and, like, basically it's more vanilla than I thought, or something. I don't know. Like, I remember, like, it's the whole, like, the thing with the girl tries to do BDSM with this one guy, but, like, spoilers, not that it matters, for this random erotica that was, like, a viral meme for a bit, but, like, I think, like, it just ends up she's like, oh, you know, actually, it's not for me, all right, bye, you know, she's like, it's not even her, like, developing a kink for BDSM, she's just trying it out, like a free trial for, like, 30 days, or maybe not exactly 30 days, you know, like software, right? You try it out for 30 days, and then she doesn't even go back to it. She's like, oh, I'm good. Actually, it wasn't for me. Bye. You know, and that's it. And they break up or something. I don't know. It's like, huh? This whole thing, this whole, like, super, like, kinky, like, BDSM novel is like not even that, like, fetishy, actually. It's just like just a vanilla romance where she just tries out BDSM for a little bit, and then And she's like, and she's not for me, and then she just like, that's it, you know? Doesn't go anywhere. I don't know. Of course, maybe the actual descriptions, which is kind of the point of like erotica, is more in depth. But like, I don't know. When I read the synopsis, though, it just felt like kind of like not that crazy. Actually, it's just kind of boring. I don't know, but anyway. A moment after, somebody taps my shoulder from behind. I could be wrong. I could be misremembering. Does I remember anyway? I like looked it up. I think on Wikipedia or something. I don't know. Hey Rin, are you ready? Huh? SAEKO will be back soon. You need to feed somebody while there's still time. Already? I look around the drawer. Chio, Kina, and Yui. Everyone looks healthy. Maro was obviously acting strange yesterday, so it was easy to decide who to give food to. But today... could I look around a bit more? Like to see if anybody looks off. No, Rin. There's no time. Plus, it's better not to worry about it too much. It'll just hurt you more, wouldn't it? I guess that's true. Hello? Yui. Oh, you can hear me. Heyo! Heyo. You look like you're doing okay. I'm glad. I wasn't sure what to do if you were down after everything Kino said. That was nothing. I mean, I was just acting. Huh? Did you see how that mean woman looked after I started crying? She was in such a panic, like, what should I do? All I did was cry a little, and she totally freaked out. She's kind of a wimp despite how she looks. And like, she wasn't totally wrong. Like, I'd already figured out that a cup phone would be completely useless. But I couldn't say anything, since you were trying so hard. So, I'm sorry about that. Oh. But it was fun. Playing around like that was a good distraction. I've been so busy with work and life. Honestly, it was a breath of fresh air. Maybe you feel the same way, Rin? Yeah, I do. Yay! Now let's call each other again with... Or let's call each other again with this if we ever need it, Rin. We're not gonna call each other anytime soon if you're the one who gets eaten, but... I hear the sound of the cup being put down in the distance. Hey Rin, you really need to make a decision already. SAEKO will be back soon. Right. I find my resolve and look around the drawer. Kina, Yui, and Chio. I need to choose one of the three little people now. Okay, I'll decide who to give food to. The end of the day is approaching, which means SAEKO is returning soon. Kina and Yui both look healthy. I need to decide who to feed. You know, we never get like a different food. We always get like a default food, whatever, like, but whatever comes down here, you know, we just use it to feed people. A slice of canned pineapple. So sticky, yeah. Guess you can't whistle with a slice this big. First of all, you can't do that with the actual fruit. Chio? I wonder there's an option to feed Chio instead, right? Give it to Chio and she's the one that dies, but obviously, I mean... I don't know, because we spent the most time with her, so it just kind of feels bad to like get her killed. I don't know if it's even an option. You give her the pineapple and she's like, really? You know, she goes like, really? And she just rejects it or whatever. I don't know. If I had to guess, it's probably something like that. So really, you only have a choice between Kina and Yui. So Kina, I wonder if she knows, because she saw Maru get eaten, right? But I don't know if she knows that it's because of the appeal or whatever. I don't know if she put 2 and 2 together. I don't know, I want the stamp. What are you doing? Okay. I don't know. But if you give it... Well, I mean, I was just thinking, like, yeah, if you give the pineapple to Chio or whatever, it would only plus 20 anyway, so it wouldn't reach 50. So either way, it doesn't matter, I guess. I wonder, I'm curious now. Okay, it is an option, but most likely it just leads to a game over, right? If I had to guess, it'd probably be like she comes in and it's like, no one looks appealing. Guess I'll eat you, Rin, and then you die or whatever, right? Again, if I want to progress the story, it's either Kina or Yui. Hard choice. I mean, Kina. I mean, Yui's the newest addition. We just met her. And Kina is the one that's again most. She seems to be the character most motivated to actually leave and escape. We probably want her as an ally. Most likely. I don't know. So basically the game's asking you, so basically the game is asking the player, like, so, Kina, so far, do you like her or not? Basically. When you heard her backstory or whatever, did you feel something, or would you rather just let her die, basically? Gosh. It's a hard decision. Assuming this is a real one, because the one with Maru, it seems to be forced, right? Like, there's no real choice. But this one does seem like an actual choice. And it could be an illusion of choice as well, typical Telltale games. What was it called? Telltale games? Telltale? Whatever, Telltale games? Typical, like, illusion of choice thing, where, like, it doesn't matter what you choose. But... I can't. This is the part where someone like flips a coin or whatever. But actually, I don't like it when people do that. Like I don't like it when sometimes I watch streamers and they play a game where they make choices and they're like, I don't want to choose, and then they just flip a coin. I don't like that though, because then that leads it to to luck instead of actually choosing. You're not choosing then in that case, You're not taking responsibility for your actions, which is kind of the whole point. So I don't want to flip a coin. I want to actually choose. Like The Walking Dead, right? Yeah. In The Walking Dead, I mean, spoilers for like a really old game series about the Walking Dead, like Telltale games or whatever. Like, there's often a lot of choices in that game where you like choose someone to die, but like later in the story, it just doesn't matter because it kind of loops back to the same path. Kind of like BioWare games as well, Again, same thing. Like, do you save this character? Do you save character A or do you save character B? And then you save character A, and then B dies, and then you go through the main plot, and then eventually character A dies anyway, so it doesn't matter. And same thing the other way around. And the same situation happens and over, and like, it doesn't matter. Or, they don't always die. Sometimes they just leave or something. They basically become like a side character or a background character. At some point, the writers just don't want to bother writing a completely different branch of the story. They want to just write one story, so the character just becomes less important, right? Because they can't be part of the story anymore, because they have to account for the fact that they might be alive or dead, or stuff like that, right? Again, I keep saying that BioWare or Telltale games or any kind of like game that has that kind of structure where it's really just one main plot and your choices just choose a slightly different scenario, or you might go to like a slightly different location, but then you always loop back to the main plot. So it never feels like your choices actually matter, right? And unlike like a visual novel, for example, where it does have like many branches and different routes actually, where the story goes in a completely different direction, that's kind of what I feel like, that's kind of what people want, right? They want that kind of freedom, right? Where the story actually becomes just completely different, right? Like it's a completely different story, or like the character is just like, they change, and they become a villain or something, It's like just suddenly just very different, right? Which, by the way, I believe, I don't know if I'll play, but like the 100 line, the 100 line Last Defense Academy kind of does that as well, which is kind of cool because it actually is a lot of branching paths and routes. But if I'll play it because it's just a very long game. Obviously, I don't know if I'll even stream it. Telltale games could never make a bad end theater. I guess so. That's the Nom Nom Nami game, right? I played a while back. Isn't that game though? I mean, that game felt more like a kind of like a time loop kind of thing, right? It's like it's not it's less so routes. It's more so like choosing different choices to get different outcomes, which is cool in itself. That's fine. I mean, that, again, reminiscent of like a lot of RPG Maker horror games, where part of the fun is to actually find all different types of special game overs, right? That's what I like anyway. Anyway, let's make a decision. I'm stalling for too long. I'm sorry, Yui. You're the newest addition. You know, funny because I chose Kina the first time, but now I've grown to like her a little bit more. But I have to choose Yui now. But it's not fair to Yui because she just showed up, right? But like, but now that Kina's survived longer, now I feel attached to her. I don't want to kill her, you know. So I have to kill Yui now. She made me do like a whole paper cup thing, I guess, and I have to kill her. Oh well. So I am curious about what Kina meant by like someone who is cute on the inside and evil, or cute on the outside and evil on the inside, or whatever, you know, obviously like SAEKO, but also if Yui does have that kind of two-faced personality, that would actually make her more interesting, and I would more likely actually want her to live, you know. But so far she hasn't done that, so have a pineapple. It's good for you. A lot of vitamins, I think. I don't know what vitamins, but you know, it's fruit, so. I carried the pineapple closer to Yui. Yui, would you happen to be hungry? I guess I am a little, now that you mention it. If you like, I have this pineapple, and I'd like you to eat it. What, really? Thanks! This pineapple is huge! And it's cut into such a nice round ring. Cool! Nom nom nom. After saying that, Yui puts her mouth on the edge of the gigantic ring. She takes a bite, causing the juice to spill out. Yui takes her hands off the fruit, or maybe it slips out of her grip in her surprise. The pineapple hangs in the air for a moment before falling neatly around Yui's neck. I say neat for some reason. Before falling neatly around Yui's neck. Okay. Cute little chibi, haha! And she freaking dies in like a few scenes later, but... Oh look! I'm inside the pineapple! Looking around my neck. I'm like the mascot character for that donut shop. What's the slogan again? Happiness coming right up. Really? What's the reference? I don't know that reference. Donut shop. I mean, I don't go to donut shops. I don't go to any kind of like, you know, if it's like a store that sells like sweets, you know, like, you know, candy store, like an ice cream shop. I don't tend to go to those places because I don't eat sweets, you know, especially like, I mean, since like at least several years ago at this point, like I don't really eat like sweet stuff that much anymore, you know. I kind of cut most like, you know, sugary stuff out of my diet, so I don't do that, so I wouldn't know. Anyway, it's been so long, I'm craving a sugary donut now. Hey Rin, could you ask SAEKO to buy some donuts? Oh, sure. I'll ask. Thanks. Nothing matters because you're gonna die. Anyway, everywhere I look is pineapple now. Kinda nice, really. Hey, do you want to talk a little bit about love and stuff? I can talk and eat at the same time, or maybe you're not interested. Like, what kind of people have you dated, Rin? I'm super curious about what the dating scene is like for younger people nowadays. Oh, about that. I have amnesia, so I don't remember anything from before I came here. I don't really have anything to share. Really? Eyes shining even more, somehow. Yui stares at me with wide eyes. The corners of her lips are turned down in disappointment. How about you, Yui? If you'd like to talk about it. That's a great question. Okay, I swear I'm telling the truth. Don't be shocked. But since about 1 month ago, I've been dating an idol. Idol? Huh. What's with that reaction? You could be a little shocked at least. Sorry. I don't really know how to react since I'm not familiar with idols. I guess that makes sense. My boyfriend's not at the kind of talent agency that will get on TV either. Have you heard of underground idols? They sing and dance like you expect, but at smaller places around town instead of like huge concert venues. But I like that. Makes the distance between us feel closer somehow. Okay, indie idol? The indie VTuber. You know? Not exactly the same thing, of course, but if you're like VTubers, they share a lot of like the same, you know, subculture as like J-pop idols and all that. It's very similar. That's where it came from, you know, it's kind of the same idea. Were you a fan of the idol before you started dating Yui? Bingo! I was a huge fan since his debut. I went to so many of his shows, right? Like debut, yeah, you have VTubers have debuts, and stuff like that. A lot of it comes from idol culture, really. It also can be as toxic as well, but anyway. Idols usually have a cool and collected image, right? But my boyfriend's got more of an innocent vibe. He tries so hard, both for singing and dancing, but he's not that confident in either. Like, whenever I greet him up close, he'd break eye contact right away. He was just too cute. Made me want to see what he was like when he wasn't being an idol. So, I just took him home with me. What? You know how idols have handshake events where you can give gifts to them? Well, I gave him some homemade chocolate. Such a good kid. When I asked him to eat the chocolates, he really just ate them then and there. What an idiot. Anyway, so after the show, he got sick, and what a coincidence. I was there just at the right time, totally not stalking his schedule and making sure that I'm there at every moment of his time. I moved him so he could rest and was really gentle with him. I even took some photos for evidence and totally not for like material to use as blackmail. A few days after, I told him how I felt, and would you know it, he said okay right there. Did he? I don't know. Did he? I feel like this is an unreliable narrator, so I don't know how much of this is cherry-picked. She sounds like a stalker? Yeah, I mean, I think she is. But now he meets up with me whenever I ask, and he lets me do anything I want. Totally not blackmail. We actually have plans to meet up this weekend. So Ren, if you have something you like, you can't hold back. Do whatever it takes to express your feelings and seize true happiness. Promise me that, okay? Start by stalking your social media accounts and make sure to check for any kind of information that would dox their location, and create some kind of I don't know. I'm trying to give tips to how to be a stalker. I don't know. I don't have experience. I'm just saying. I have a lot of anxiety about that. Not that I'm a famous person or anything. It's just that identity theft is a big thing too. Where if you leak your personal information and all that, it's not like a yandere or whatever stalker will stalk you necessarily. It's more likely just kind of how do you say, robo scraping or whatever. It's just automatic, really, especially with AI these days. I don't know how that's gonna work anymore, but if you leak too much personal information, that information is going to be used by hackers to steal your identity, right? To get into your bank accounts and things like that, right? So I do have a lot of anxiety about that, maybe not anxiety all the time, but I care about that kind of thing. I consider it, So that's why from my perspective, you would have to put a lot of measures to not be stalked in that same way, right? That's why people put their real name out there on the internet. That always scares me. Why would you do that? Just look up your name and just know where you live. And again, I do have this maybe it's a irrational fear, but I do have this fear that even if you're not famous, you're not a celebrity or anything, but one day someone could randomly just decide to fuck with you. They could just be having a bad day, or a crazy person, I don't know, have a mental health breakdown, and they're like, you know what? This guy, I don't like him. I'm gonna kill him. They go up to your house and just stabs you, That's happened. There's a story about that. There's the guy from Counter-Strike or whatever. See if I'll find it. Counter-Strike. Hold on. Counter-Strike. Stabbed in real life. This is Yahoo News, but man stabbed over video game or something like that, right? Something like that. It was they were having a match in Counter-Strike or whatever, and so the person who was getting knifed in the game decided to find the person in real life and stab them in real life, as far as I remember anyway. I don't know if it was this one or another one, but anyway. I'm just reminded of that, right? People could just decide one day, you know what? I'm just gonna kill this guy. I don't know. That's why I don't want to dox myself. Anyway. Yue is a full-on groomer. Groomer? Look at you. Discord mod? No, did the pineapple have a truth serum? She just kind of told her darker secrets immediately? I don't know. She just decided to do that, I guess. Just because. Why not? Anyway. Anyway, that's just all to say that, yeah. Even though I mean, I'd rather not, have like a yandere stalker. But even if that's not really a thing to worry about, I don't know. I still worry about that, I don't leak personal information. I just try to do that because it's scary. It's a scary world out there. You never know. It's not sunshine. It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Not like a cute anime girl is not gonna kidnap you and then I don't know, and then you just have fun times. It's not gonna happen. If anything, it's more likely that someone kidnaps you and steals your organs, and then dumps your body in the ocean and then sells the organs. It's more likely. But anyway. Yui's trembling hands, pale and unblemished, look completely different to me now. Just as they reach out toward my hands, a low muffled vibration reverberates from a distance. Right here. Same thing. Seems like it's always the same. I don't know if I need to read it every time, but SAEKO has returned to her room. It feels like an earthquake. I fall down on the floor, and then I hear her open the drawer. It's SAEKO! Welcome back! Okairi? Or is that the right word? Is it okairi? Or I can't remember. The Japanese phrases, when you're leaving home and you're coming back from home. I think it's okairi? I don't know. Anyway, I could be wrong. Hello, cute little people. Were you good today while I was away? I have something to do later today, but before that, I'm going to enjoy another one of you today. It's like picking out her favorite chocolate, my chocolate box. Her hand comes down into the drawer. Her large fingers. She always has those red nails, And she's, I was just thinking, what if she changes her nail colors? She just does that or not? I don't know. Oh, actually, I mean, I can be honest. I don't. What's the word? What's the word for coloring your nails? I don't know what the word for that is. It's not nail polish. But I don't know. I don't color my nails. I mean, it sounds obvious. I was just thinking, how long does it last? Do you need to change it every few weeks or something? I was just thinking about that. I don't know. You see it all the time. I was just wondering, is there a CG where she has different colored nails? I don't know. Or is that just her favorite color? And then they stop, right in front of Yui. SAEKO, hello, what are you doing? Her gigantic fingers will wrap around Yui's tiny arms and legs and carry her up into the sky. Ooh, why are you smiling? This is a bit scary. Why aren't you saying anything? Say something already. Let go of me, hey! A brat like you's got nothing on me! Okay. I mean, we kind of already knew, okay, she was a little crazy. Because of the whole stalking thing, but definitely, her real personality definitely is more, confrontational. At the end there, as she was about to die, but oh well. She's dead. That was a yummy treat. I thought she'd be all sweet, but there was a bit of kick to her. Literally, she was kicking in her throat as she went down. And she was so full of energy. Thank you, Rin. You did a great job today, too. By the way, Rin, it's been so long. Don't you want a breath of fresh air? Let's go out now. The two of us. I have something I'd like to help... something I'd like you to help me with. Okay, we're going outside now. Save the game. Kind of a weird cut though, by the way. Every time we cut to this kind of section, there's no transition. It's just, it does a hard cut. It's weird. Alright, time to go touch grass with SAEKO. No, it's probably no grass to be seen, because it's just the city, I'm assuming. It's gotten quite cold out lately. Look at that mannequin. Isn't it kind of cute? Is it? I find mannequins scary, actually. They're like faceless human bodies with no features. And they're like in poses that imitate humans, but not real. I bet you look good in that knit cap. Where am I, by the way? You can poke your head out a bit more. I'm gonna take a guess. Oh, okay, we're over here. I mean, honest, my first guess is that we're in a cleavage or something, but I guess that'll be not convenient. Perfect. I'm sure anyone looking will think you're just a doll. You know, it's a very sophisticated doll. It can like talk and move like a human being. You know, technology is great these days. And I do have any trouble anyway, so don't worry. What if you go like, help, help, this woman, she kidnapped me and she shrinks people, help! She'll probably just kill us right away. We're finally here. Okay, the jewelry store, I guess. You can see the mirror okay from there, can't you? Yeah. Uh-huh, nod. Hey, do you know much about fashion? No. I don't have no memories. I don't remember, I have amnesia, I guess. That's a nice, honest answer. Why? Or should I say that? I don't know. Well, you're always wearing the same hoodie. Right. I see. That's because you don't give me new clothes, but I'm not gonna say that, I guess. Hey. Yeah? I'm thinking of wearing earrings when I go out from now on. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna say anything, because again, I don't want to be too noisy. She hates it when you're talking too much, I guess. But I don't know what to pick myself. Okay, let's just let her talk. Or we're on her shoulder or something? How are we on her hair? Won't you pick something with me? Yeah. I'll just say yeah. You can say of course, but I feel like, again, I don't want to be too loud, especially in public. What do you think? It's understated, but it's still a little girly. Should I answer? I don't know. Cute? I'll say cute. Really? I'm happy to hear that. Kawaii. Now, personally, like in real life, I don't like earrings. You know, again, it reminds me how painful it is to like put it in. You know, at least initially. A magazine I read said that cute stars are the most appealing. I see. I'll let her talk. Yap, yap, yap. Maybe I'll go with this one? Show me... Oh. Show me another. And how about this one? Like lightning earrings? The metal might look a bit harsh, but that's what gives it style. Yeah. So, what do you think? Look cool? Does look cool, I guess. Thank you. I guess cool styles match me better. Just like I thought. Okay, I guess I'll just agree. I don't have an option. I was wondering, can you show me another? But then I'll probably piss her off if I keep saying. Choose this one? I don't know. Not sure. Respond. Are you not listening? I don't know. I wasn't sure. I was wondering if there's another one. Okay, fine. Choose it. Fine, get the lightning earrings. Good. I'll choose this one. Yeah. Thank you, Rin. It's fun shopping with someone. Sure, whatever you say. Even though you hold all the power in this relationship, I don't know why you're pretending that I can give an actual opinion. Like, I'm not allowed to have an actual opinion, actually. You're really just talking to yourself, you know? Anyway, save the game. But I feel like that's the point, right? It's supposed to be, again, like a... I don't know what the word is. Analogy? Is analogy the right word? You know, it's reminiscent of like an abusive, toxic relationship where someone really has all of the control in the relationship and you're just kind of there. And if you know, piss off the person, they're gonna be like, but I'm gonna leave you, you know, like you're like, no, don't leave me. Okay, then do whatever I say, okay, and then you get gaslighted or something like that. I don't know. That's what I assume is what an abusive relationship looks like. Anyway, dictionary. Jewelry box. Can open and close. Complete chapter 1. The location changes a little every time you go out. I don't know what that means, to be honest. What do you mean it changes location every time you go out? Then you pick up the box and put it back down or something? I don't know what that means. I almost never find anything good to buy. Alright, well... you know, this time let's just play the game first, actually. Let's just get it out of the way. The same game every time. There's not even any reason to keep playing it every time. I feel like, again, the only thing you get out of it probably is just an achievement. But you know what? I want to see if I can beat it. Ooh, ooh, oh, okay, somehow avoided that. Ooh, oh, okay. Oh no, this time what do I do now? I don't know. Ooh. Actually, you know, sometimes when you fall down, you don't actually die though. You know, sometimes you fall all the way down, you freaking die, and that's it, you're dead. Ah, what the heck? Come on. It's cheating. How do they understand each other? They've got different decibel voices. Hold on, I gotta... Okay, go here. Can't read the message while I'm playing this. They got different decibel voices and ear sizes. One will be quieter than a whisper, and second will be booming loud. Maybe it's just magic? I guess so. I guess, you know, it's not like the game is like ultra realistic or anything in the first place. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't know actually. How would it even work? Like, would the voices sound like super quiet if you're like super small? I mean, I guess so. I mean, you see it all. What? Ah, I thought you could like, as long as you avoid the flower. But I guess if you're on that side, you get stepped on anyway. But I was gonna say, like, I mean, you see it all the time in like cartoons or whatever, right? Like when you're, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, you know, or Oops, I Shrunk the Kids or something. Voices are supposed to be higher pitched. I mean, I guess I actually think about like mice or whatever. Oh, I somehow lived. You know, and how their voices are very squeaky. I guess. Is that always the case, I wonder? I don't know. Oh, I did not get hit somehow. I don't know how that works. How does that work? Like, how do I live there, but I didn't live before? Oh, what? I kind of lived, but then I died again. Oh well. I should have jumped again, maybe. And maybe you're invincible when you're jumping? Is that how that works? I don't know. Anyway. Whee! Alright. Let's read the news. It's probably I was gonna say, this is probably the last thing I'll do. For today, most likely. Well, I don't know, I guess we'll see, depends. How much time we have left after reading all of this, but let's see. H&M lands in Japan, opens first store. It's a clothing brand. Is it H&M or something? Again, are these just parody names, I guess? It's popular in Europe and US. They have the long-awaited first store in Japan, a long line of customers in Harajuku. The brand is known overseas for promptly offering the latest trends at low prices. Okay. Major insurance companies sells vanishing insurance. Travolta Life has announced an insurance policy to compensate losses incurred when people go missing in the vanishing incidents. The vanishing incidents don't leave any physical evidence like bodies, causing issues with traditional life insurance policies have denied payouts. I see. Probably something to do with SAEKO. I don't know, I wonder, is SAEKO the only person shrinking people? Or maybe there's multiple shrinkers, you know? It's like serial killers, except it's serial shrinkers. Calls for households to take measures against beta-noxinous. The Ministry of Environment has published a manual for households about beta-noxinous contamination. It's been rising recently. It's a pollutant that cannot be avoided in modern industrial emissions, very toxic in the environment. Is this a real thing? I can't tell. Whenever... I'm stupid, I guess. Whenever like a fictional story uses like a science-sounding word, I don't know if it's real. How do you spell it? Beta-noxinous. Yeah, I googled it and there's nothing. Okay, so it's fake. So it's probably like a sci-fi, you know, thing. Like probably this is somehow related to SAEKO's powers to like shrink people, most likely, maybe. Because otherwise, why would we be, you know, why is it here, you know? Anyway, now here's the real content. You know, who cares about the whole SAEKO thing? The real content is Cola Float, obviously. Here's the next exciting chapter of this romance novel. The next day, Aika was on time again today. She got to school 50 minutes before class. She couldn't sleep well, but she was looking forward to school. But, ouch! Just as Aika took her indoor shoes out of her shoe cubby, her finger touched something sharp. What? She moved her finger and picked up the sharp object. Is this a thumbtack? A metal thumbtack for putting up things like posters. Luckily, she noticed it before it pricked her, but it made no sense to be in her shoe cubby. She trembled. She took out her shoes. Aika's white shoes were filled with thumbtacks. When she shook them, needles fell out too. It couldn't be a coincidence, and she could only think of one reason for it. Am I being bullied? Classic anime school thing where they put like sharp objects in your shoes, I guess. I wonder how common that is in real life. I mean, obviously, like, I feel like it's only in Japan, you know, that kind of thing would happen because, you know, from what I remember, obviously, like, North America, and probably for most of the world, I feel like, we don't have shoe cubbies, right? We don't, like, switch shoes. Maybe it depends. I don't know. Maybe it depends. I don't know. I mean, it depends if it's like, if you need boots, I guess, or, like, maybe you live in a very humid environment where there's a lot of mud. I'm not sure, but I don't know. I feel like for most parts of the world, you don't really switch shoes when you go inside, you know? You just have the same shoes because I feel like, again, probably it's not probably only Japan, but I know that in Japan anyway, usually when you go indoors, you do switch shoes because it keeps it clean, right? And that's probably a good idea too, you know, but don't do that. Not common practice anyway, at least in North America. Anyway, Aika typically opened the classroom door. Chatter. Classroom seemed as usual. Her friends gave her a wave. Thank goodness. She'd been worried that her whole class was bullying her, or at least treating her like she was invisible. Classic. You know, only in Japan, you know, maybe not only Japan, but like in certain cultures, would it be that kind of bullying, you know, social isolation bullying? Or for some reason, everyone just doesn't talk to you, and that's a form of bullying, I guess. You know, you go to North America, people just fight you, you know, people just beat the shit out of you, you know, that's how that works. Anyway, I don't know, but also, I guess it depends if you're a guy or a girl as well. But anyway. But it looked like it was fine. And who could have done something so awful? Right then, the cell phone Aika put on her desk rang. One new email. No subject not saved. Huh? Aika thought it was spam, but she opened her phone and read the email. Come to the roof of Building C at lunch. That was all that was written. Huh? Nani? What? The school Aika went to had 3 school buildings. I can't explain this apparently. A, B, and C. A and B was clean every day, so it was tidy, but C's floors and walls had cracks in them with graffiti all over. She pretty much never went there for classes except to go to the science labs. The roof just felt sketchy too. There were rumors that students smoked cigarettes there. Oh no, cigarettes! Aika nervously turned the rusty doorknob, and then... Took you long enough. Bright blonde hair, suntan skin, and unlike Aika's light makeup, a heavy eye makeup like the gaudy gyaru styles you saw in magazines. Oh, okay, so it's not like a low voice. It's more like... Because I was thinking, because the tongue click, you know? I thought it was the other guy, the delinquent, but actually, I guess it's a gyaru? So it's like, took you long enough, you know? That's what she sounds like. And in her hand, a cigarette. I'm Kaede. You're the one who made a move on my boyfriend, right, Ayaka? No, I didn't. Are you talking about Ryuto? Yeah, pretending you don't know anything about it? I'm not pretending, Aika thought about it, and the girl named Kaede in front of her was probably Ryuto's girlfriend. Yesterday, Ryuto and Aika did do some stuff that could be considered over the top. Ryuto lent Aika a helmet, rolled together with her, and gave Aika her first kiss, but on the cheek though, it wasn't on the mouth, but anyway. But that was all stuff Ryuto did. No, that's my fault. I didn't know Ryuto had a girlfriend. Shut up. Ryuto's such a nice boy. You must have tricked him with a lie or something. She mean the 5 delinquents she had when they first met? But she hadn't been lying or anything. It was a coincidence he run into that boy, and the coincidence that Ryuto had helped her. It wasn't a lie or a trick. Anyway, just stay away from Ryuto, or else I'll bully you until you drop out of school. Hey, if anything, you're the one who's more likely to drop out, smoking here on the roof. Shut up. Okay. Kaede approached her. Smush. She pressed something against Ayaka's cheek. No way! Don't tell me she did what I think she did to my face! Or did to my face? Kaede left the roof. Ayaka went down the stairs and found a washroom to check on herself in the mirror. Thank goodness it didn't leave a mark. What'd she do? I don't know. It sounded like she kissed her as well. Like... Is it urine? But I guess it's something else? Like... No, it's a cigarette. Okay, cigarette. Okay. I was trying. I don't know. Yuri brain, I guess. I don't know. But I guess it was. She put out the cigarette on her face. That would like suck. Actually, it would burn. Can't do that. It's really rude. Anyway, thank goodness it didn't leave a mark. But Ryuto's girlfriend was just so awful. How could she do something like that to somebody's face? Okay. Well, there you go. The Gyaru rival, which apparently is Ryuto's girlfriend, I guess. I was expecting the other guy to be there, you know, the delinquent that you bumped in the first place, because that's the trope, right? The whole point of the running around the corner with toaster in your mouth is that the first person you bump into is love at first sight, right? But actually in this story, it's not that at all, apparently, for some reason. I don't know. Anyway. If it matters, I'll save again. You know, I did say I had a lot of save slots, but now I want more. You know, this is not enough. I want more save slots. Well, I guess it's because I'm just making too many saves. I should really just like, you know, when I'm like at a particular phase, I shouldn't like make another save on the same day. Anyway, all right. I could begin a new like section of the story. But, I don't know, like, considering how long the game is, and I might be undershooting it, but, you know, I feel like we just basically have enough for another stream anyway, so probably I'll just do the rest tomorrow, since it's almost about 4 hours, so I think it's a good time to end it here. Instead of, like, starting for, like, 5 minutes and then stopping in the middle, I think I'll just end it here. So there you go. How do I go to the... Can I go to the main menu, actually? I can quit, but... Does that quit the whole game? No, okay. Go to the title screen. There you go. I just want to go to the title screen. It was appropriate. But, there you go. that's the first stream of this game, and most likely I'll just finish it tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, so far, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I like it so far. I mean, I like the whole horror aspect. It feels a little bit repetitive, but you know, the game is not that long, I guess, so I guess it's fine. But yeah, it's the same thing where, like, you know, you get to know the characters in the drawer. SAEKO is in the background. She's gonna eat somebody, and you know, that's kind of like the whole thing about the game. Is like appeasing her, right? Kind of like this cruel god that you really have no control over, and you have this like weird, awkward relationship with her that's not really equal, you know. And that's kind of like the point of the game. I guess, again, like, I feel like the whole clickbait, you know, fetish thing with her being like a giant is meant to be just a marketing play, you know? Like, it's not about her being a giant. That's not of the game. It's more so, it's her power over you is the point, right? If this was like any other game, like, you know, like she's not a giant and she's more like a, maybe like a yandere or something, or she kidnapped you, whatever, in some other different scenario, I don't know, like, it would be the same story. It's just in a different like flavor. But you know, so far, I think it's interesting. And I guess we'll see, because I did see some criticisms about the game, but overall the game seems to have a positive reception. So I really do want to see the end to this, and you know, and see how I feel. It does cost a bit though, you know. Again, I'm such a penny pincher, you know. Because the game's not that long for like $17 Canadian, so it better be worth my money. But anyway, I guess we'll see. But for now, again, that'll be it for today. Again, hopefully I'm not undershooting it. I think, again, overall, I think 7 hours, I think, is the most I've seen of like a video of this game, as far as I can tell. And plus my ramblings, probably just be another stream, then I'll be done, you know? Hopefully I'm right. Again, that'll be it for today. Let me just press a little button. Oop. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday Eastern Time, around noon Eastern Time. And yeah, tomorrow I'll finish SAEKO Giantess Dating Sim is what I'll do. And yeah. What do I usually say? Oh yeah, sometimes I mean, depending, I don't really have like a good order to things, I feel like. But I guess I should also mention that, you know, in case, like, as a reminder, and it's already end of the stream anyway, but like as a reminder, in case anyone's watched this far, if you're watching like the VOD or something in the future, just as a little reminder, I do stream these games live. So be sure to subscribe to my YouTube channel, you know, follow my Twitch and Twitter. You can change the notification bell to personalized to all to get notified when I go live, and all that jazz. But yeah. But again, that'll be end of the stream, so thanks for watching, and see you around.